Hey guys, tonight, we're going somewhere dark, damp, and historically underappreciated. You stand in a muddy town square, birds circling lazily overhead, the wooden scaffold creaking with every breath of wind. A crowd gathers in layersome with bread, others with rocks, all with expectations. You adjust the heavy leather hood that sticks to your scalp like old stew and step forward. Akse in hand, hoping your first swing doesn't bounce. Because tonight, you're not the one watching. You're the medieval executioner, and you probably won't survive this. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, post your location and local time. I love seeing where and when you're listening from. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You wake up before the bells ring. Your joints protest. Your breath fogs in the chill. And your boots are still damp from yesterday's hanging. You're not sure if it's from blood or puddle, waterer, both. But you don't have time to wonder. You've got a full schedule today. 1 beheading before breakfast, 2 floggings after lunch, and if you're lucky, a quiet evening to mend your cracked axe handle. The prisoner is already in the holding cell, spitting and screaming about injustice. You sigh and reach for your gloves. They're stiff with old sweat, crusted around the fingers, and vaguely smell like boiled cabbage. Your assistant, Wilhelm who, last week, dropped the execution sword on his own foot is already late again. Not that you'd trust him with anything sharper than a butter knife. Outside, the townspeople shuffle toward the square like it's market day. The execution platform sits in the center, raised, warped, and stained a shade that never really fades. You know every creak of the stairs, every knot in the wood. The birds above, they're not here for moral support. They've got a good thing going with your profession. As you climb onto the platform, the first rays of morning sun catch your blade. It glints, but only slightly. It's been 2 weeks since you could afford proper sharpening. You look at the gathered crowd. Some faces grim, others excited. Children perched on barrels like it's a puppet show. And in a way, it is. You give the standard speech. It's mostly mumbled through the hood, and no one really listens. But it's protocol. The condemned man is dragged forward, knees buckling, face pale. You steady him, not out of mercy, just efficiency. A squirming body makes your job harder. You line him up. You raise the axe. And in that moment, your thoughts wander. What if you mess up? What if the blade skips? What if it's like last week, when the bishop's cousin needed 3 swings and someone fainted into a turnip cart? But you push the thoughts down, lock your elbows, and swing. There's a thunk, a pause, then Cheerser gasps. It's hard to tell anymore. You don't look at the body. You never do. You wipe the blade on a rag that was once white and walk off the platform. Already thinking about your second job slaughtering pigs for the butcher, who still won't shake your hand. Back in your shack, no one calls it a house. You sit on the stool that wobbles like a drunk monk and set the axe down. The handle's splitting again. You could fix it. If the carpenter would sell you wood, but he won't. Not to you. Because here's the part they don't tell you. when you inherit this job, everyone hates the executioner. Sure, they show up when someone's being hanged. But afterward, they cross the street. Wives, drag children away like you're contagious. Even the baker refuses to sell you fresh bread. You get the burnt loaves, the ones with rocks baked in by accidenter. Possibly on purpose. Historians still argue whether executioners were seen as necessary evils or spiritual pariahs. But one thing's clear: you don't get invited to parties. Ever. Your presence is a bad omen. Like a coughing priest or a goat with two heads. You weren't born into this life. Not exactly. Your uncle did it first. Then your father. Then, after a minor plague and a very specific town council vote, it was your turn. You tried saying no, but you were gently reminded that refusing civic duty was punishable by, well, you. So you put on the hood. The hood isn't mandatory, by the way, but it helps. It keeps the townsfolk from recognizing your face every time you go out to buy onions. Of course, it also traps in sweat, smells like old jerky, and makes your neck itch constantly. So, win some, lose some. You still remember your first execution. Your hands shook. Your knees wobbled. You nearly dropped the axe. The prisoner was calm. Oddly enough, he looked at you and whispered, "Do it clean." You tried. You missed. You hit the shoulder. He screamed. You screamed. The crowd booed. It was a mess. You threw up behind the platform, while Wilhelm tried to explain things to the magistrate. Now? Now you're better, if you want to call it that. There's a rhythm to it, like baking, or whittling, but with more blood and less praise. You sharpen your tools with stones that barely work, oil the handles with lard, and sleep with nightmares that come in different flavors, screaming, twitching, pleading, or worse, silence, sometimes, in your dreams. The bodies talk. They ask if you remember them. You usually don't. That's part of the deal. You learn to forget faces, even if they belong to the guy who used to sell you eggs. Some mornings, you think about quitting, packing up, moving to another town, becoming a cobbler. But then you remember, nobody hires ex-executioners. Too much baggage. And honestly, you'd probably still end up sharpening knives anyway. There's a rumor going around that the neighboring village is testing out a mechanical device, a lever, that drops a blade cleanly every time. Sounds promising. But they'd never let you near it. You're too human, too flawed. And there's something about the townspeople needing to see a face, even if it's one hidden behind leather and regret. As you eat your dinner stale bread and some pickled beets, you hear the church bells. Tomorrow's another execution. Some kid caught stealing grain and stabbing a guard. You don't know the details. You don't need to. You'll see him at dawn. You clean your blade with a cloth that's more whole than fabric, and try not to think about what it touched this morning. The fire crackles low. Your shack creaks with wind. And somewhere outside, a dog barks twice and goes quiet. You lie on your straw mattress, boots still on. The air smells like iron and onions. You stare at the rafters and count the knots in the wood. 14 knots. One loose teal. No, insulation. and a lifetime of regrets. You don't dream that night. Or, if you do, it's the usual nonsense crows with judges' wigs. A noose that tightens by itself. Your mother asking why you chose this life, as she churns butter made of screams. The usual. But when dawn cracks over the wooden slats of your single-window shack, you're up before the rooster starts showing off. You stretch your shoulders, and everything pops like a bag of old firecrackers. Your knees complain. Your back offers a formal protest. You run a palm down your face and feel the dried grit of sweat, dirt, and whatever fog you didn't wash off from yesterday's kill. Your shirt smells like it's developing a personality of its own known that definitely wants you dead. You make your way to the square, boots slapping softly in puddles. The cobblestones here are slick with last night's rain and a bit of runoff from the tanner's pit. You dodge around a sluggish cart pulled by a donkey with one working eye and a limp that seems almost theatrical. The driver nods at you, but his eyes don't meet yours. They never do. You're invisible until you're very, very visible. You arrive at the scaffold and see the guards already loitering near the gallows, yawning into their tunics, tossing dice like it's just another morning shift. For them, it kind of is. The boy they're holding is young, maybe 16 and thin enough. You could probably knock him over with a sneeze. He glares at you, defiant, which is better than begging. You can work with defiance. You don't have to carry defiance in your chest all night like a whimper. They hand you the official writ. Assault. He stabbed a grain guard with a broken pitchfork. Not even a proper weapon. You sigh and nod. The magistrate isn't here yet. Of course. He shows up late every time, partly for effect. Partly because he insists on wearing silk tights and refuses to walk if the road is muddy. As you wait, you lean on the platform railing. The sun creeps higher. The air begins to smell like fried onions and morning market smoke. You'd kill for a fried eel stick. But you already know old Marjorie, the fish vendor, won't sell to you. Not since you executed her cousin for livestock theft. Even though he definitely stole that goat. 3 goats. Actually. And probably a chicken. Somewhere behind you. Wilhelm scuffs his feet on the stairs and arrives with your tools. He's chewing something that might be dried fruit or just a beetle he found. You don't ask. He opens the wooden crate with the keys you told him not to keep on a string around his neck. He still does, and lays out your implements. The sword for show. The axe for work. The rope for misbehavior. And the blindfold, optional. But polite, you perform a quick inspection. The edge is passable. Could be better. You file that under things to fix. Never. And when the magistrate finally arrives, he's riding a borrowed horse and fanning himself with a peacock feather fan like he's allergic to peasantry. He gives a brief speech-part sermon. Part warning. Mostly driveline gestures, dramatically at you, like you're some sort of morality puppet. The boy spits on the platform. One of the guards elbows him hard in the ribs. Wilhelm pretends not to notice, which is about as close to empathy as he gets. You put the blindfold on the boy. He flinches when your hand touches his shoulder, and you pretend not to feel how fast his heart's beating. The crowd's louder than yesterday. Something about young blood draws more people. Or maybe they think if they watch hard enough, they won't end up here. You do the job quickly. No theatrics. Just the swing. The body jerks, then crumples. The silence hangs for half a breath. Then murmurs ripple through the square, like someone tossed a coin into a pond full of bored fish. You clean the blade on the hem of your overshirt. It's not sanitary. But let's be honest, nothing about this job is. Willem starts packing up. The guards drag the body off to the pit. You descend the stairs, wondering if today will be the day someone throws a tomato or something heavier. And then comes the part you hate more than the swing, walking through the town afterward. The looks, the turned backs, the shop doors that close just before you get there. You pass by the blacksmith, who quickly grabs his son and pulls him inside, like you're a walking curse. You nod anyway. It's polite. Not that it helps. The children are the worst. They stare like you're a monster. Which is fair. One girl once asked you if your axe eats souls. You told her no. That night, her older brother left a dead rat nailed to your door. Historians still argue whether executioners in medieval Europe were more feared than hated, or vice versa. In your case, it's both. You're necessary, which makes you unavoidable, but you're also a reminder that death isn't just a thing that happens. It's a thing that someone does. By midday, you're back at your shack, stripping off your work clothes and hanging them on a peg that's beginning to splinter. You splash your face with cold water from the barrel outside and try not to think about how your hands never feel fully clean anymore. Even when you scrub, even when you use lye and a prayer. Lunch is yesterday's bread and a wedge of cheese that smells like despair. You eat anyway. Willem shows up around the second bite, looking guilty. You know that look. He's about to ask for a favor. Turns out, his cousin is getting married in a nearby village and wants to borrow you to scare off a rival suitor. No killing. Just intimidation. You tell him no. Mostly because it's a terrible idea. And partly because you're not sure you can make your face scarier than it already is. The hood helps. But it only goes so far. In the afternoon, you clean the tools. The axe gets oiled. The sword gets sharpened. Even if it's mostly ceremonial, the rope gets checked for fraying. You don't want a hanging to go wrong. Those are the worst. When the body jerks for too long, when the crowd shifts uncomfortably, when someone starts crying, it sticks to you like molasses in winter. You remember the time a nobleman insisted on a hanging instead of beheading because he thought it was more honorable. You tried to argue? Gently. He scoffed and told you he was paying extra. So you let him have his rope. It slipped. Took 3 tries. People still talk about it. There's another myth, that executioners were immune to guilt. That the hood somehow protects your soul. That every swing erases a bit of your past. Scrubs it clean like fire through a forest. But no. The hood only hides your face. Not your eyes. Not your memories. Not the way your stomach twists every time someone says your name with a sneer. Even Willem calls you the blade when he thinks you're not listening. It's meant to be cool. Maybe. But it lands like a slap. As the sun drops below the trees and the chill returns, you sit on your stoop and watch the chickens peck the dirt. They don't seem to care what you've done. They don't even look at you funny. Just cluck. Scratch. Move on. You envy that. You wonder. Briefly, what would happen if you just walked away? Took your boots, your tools, and disappeared into the woods? but the job isn't one you quit. Not really. You leave. They come find you. Or someone does. Someone whose brother you executed. Or a guard who wants your spot. Or a priest who thinks you owe more penance than a lifetime can provide. You sigh and scratch at the scab on your wrist. The one that never heals properly. You think about your uncle, buried in the potter's field outside town. His grave marked only with a flat stone and a spit stain. He lasted 27 years. You're at 12. Maybe you'll beat his record. The moon rises pale and distant as you go inside. The shack smells like wood smoke, oil, and quiet. You lay your tools down like relics and crawl into your bed. Every bone aching with memory. Outside, the wind shifts. You hear laughter in the distance. Someone's celebrating something. A wedding. Maybe. Or a baby. Not your business. You close your eyes and wait for sleep. Or something close enough to pass for it. You wake up sore in places that didn't exist yesterday. Your neck cracks like a snapped wishbone as you sit up. Boots still half-laced from where you passed out mid-thought. There's something about the sleep of executioners, never deep. Always alert. Like your body's braced for a knock at the door. A new order. Or a rock through the window. The good news? No rock this morning. The bad news? You've been summoned to the bailiff's hall. Again, you chew a strip of salted something. Might be beef. Might be shoe leather and head out. The air is crisp. The kind that sticks in your lungs and makes your nose itch. Carts rattle by. Wheels squealing like Judgment Day. You nod at a passing monk who promptly pretends you don't exist. Classic. The bailiff's hall smells like boiled onions and old arguments. You step inside and the scribe young. Nervous. Smells faintly of ink and guilt points you toward the rear chamber without looking up. You duck beneath the low beam that's nearly scalped you twice before and find the bailiff pacing like someone owed him a goat and an apology. Another one, he mutters, handing you a parchment with too many seals and not enough explanation. A foreigner. Merchant classe. Something about unpaid debts and a drunken brawl that ended in broken bones and offended nobility. The trial? A formality. The sentence? Already decided. Public beheading. Tomorrow. At noon. For dramatic effect. You're dismissed with a flick of the hand. Back outside. The sun is annoyingly bright. It's like the weather didn't get the memo about your mood. You consider a walk past the bakery, but veer away at the last minute. No point risking a stale bun thrown at your back. Instead, you end up at the carpenter's stall. You need a new axe handle. Again, the last one cracked during last week's hanging prep. You set the blade down gently, silently hoping he doesn't spit on it. The carpenter eyes it, like it's cursed, which, to be fair, it might be. He mumbles something about ashwood and goes to the back. You wait, leaning against a post that's seen more gossip than actual carpentry. A group of older women pass by, their whispers sharp as hawk talons. You catch the words butcher and demon and pretend you didn't. When the carpenter returns, he offers you the handle wrapped in burlap, holding it out like it might bite. You pay overpay, because he's the only one who'll deal with you at all and leave without a word. The handle's good, solid, better than you expected. Almost feels like kindness. But don't get too comfortable. That's how regrets are made. Back at your shack, you reattach the blade, sanding the joint smooth with a piece of leather worn thinner than your patience. You test the weight, the swing, the balance. Good. Satisfying. A tool made for one job only. As you sit down to wipe the sweat from your forehead, Willem arrives, carrying 2 turnips and an expression that screams, "Bad news." He sits uninvited and starts peeling one of the turnips with a knife, so dull it's basically a spoon. There's talk. He says between bites that the merchant's got connections, powerful ones. And you raise an eyebrow. And if you mess this up? Willem continues. They won't just throw stones. They'll throw gold at someone else. Maybe someone who likes showing off. Is there, that kind of talk. You know the type. The crowd-pleasing showboaters. The ones who swing for the spectacle. Historians still argue whether public executions were truly meant to deter crime or simply to entertain a population starved for drama and distraction. You lean toward the latter. After all, who needs moral lessons when you've got blood and a good view? The next morning, you prepare early. The platform's been swept. The blade gleams. And the merchant's arrival draws a crowd larger than usual. Fancy man. Richly dressed even in chains. He stares at you like you're the help. You suppose. Technically, you are. The magistrate drones on about justice and order while you position the condemned. The man refuses the blindfold. Wants to die. Looking you in the eye. You respect that. Doesn't make it easier. Just Keter. You swing. Clean and fast. The body slumps. The head rolls. No cheers today. Just stunned silence. Maybe they expected him to beg. Maybe they didn't think you'd do it so calmly. Either way, it's done. Wilhelm helps you clean up. The crowd disperses like smoke. But as you descend the stairs, you spot a man in foreign robes watching you from the edge of the square. He nods once. Not in respect, more like acknowledgement. You've just made someone's list. Whether it's a list of favors or vengeance, you can't say. Yet. Back home, you toss your tunic into a bucket and collapse onto the stool. Your hands shake. Not from nerves those burnt out years ago, but from something colder. The knowledge that each name, each face, fades quicker than the next one arrives. You remember the apprentice you had before Wilhelm. Bastien. Bright-eyed. Full of ideas. Thought maybe you could build a better device. Something cleaner. You both tried. It jammed on its first test. The pig survived. The mayor laughed for a week. Bastien left soon after. Said he wanted to farm mushrooms. You wonder if he ever got the spores to grow. Sometimes, when you sit too still, you hear phantom applause. The echo of a crowd that isn't there. You wonder what your legacy is. A notch in the wood. A stain in the dirt. A whispered name in a child's threat. Behave. Or the headsman will come. Abu. You don't get a statue. You don't want one. But it would be nice. Just once. If someone said thank you, not out loud. Just with a look that says they understand. That this isn't glory. It's labor. Dirty, thankless, and sharp-edged. That night, you sharpen the axe again. Not because it needs it, but because the sound of stone on steel helps you think, or maybe it drowns the thoughts out. Either works. The wind howls outside. You pull your cloak tighter and listen to the wood creak. Somewhere, an owl hoots. Somewhere else, a child cries. And somewhere, likely soon, a new writ is being signed. Another name. Another swing. You don't sleep. Not really. You rest, like a tool placed gently back in its box, waiting to be used again. You start your day with splinters in your fingers. The new axe handle, for all its solid craftsmanship, still has those tiny, traitorous slivers that dig in just enough to sting every time you grip it. You mutter under your breath and pick them out with a bent nail, knowing full well you'll get more by sundown. Today's job isn't technically an execution. It's a flogging, which you'd think would be easier. Except it somehow manages to be worse. It's less final. For one, more shouting, more sobbing, more public opinion tossed your way like spoiled cabbage. You trudge to the square, dragging the bundle of birch rods behind you. It rattles like bones, which feels a little on the nose. The crowd is smaller this time. Floggings don't draw the same numbers as beheadings. They're like the pre-show snack before the main act. You still get the regulars' grumpy elders. A few young lads playing brave. An old Maud with her wrinkled apple face and eternal commentary. She shuffles to the front, clucking like a judgmental hen. Your victim today is a miller's apprentice who insulted the local priest during evening prayers, called him a wine-soaked lizard with a god complex. Apparently, bold move. You eye the boy barely 20. Full of spit and regret, ask the usual, blindfold or no? He declines. They almost always do. There's a certain pride in facing your punishment. Right up until the first crack lands, you secure him to the post. The rope's damp from yesterday's rain and smells like mildew and something worse. He flinches. You wait. The magistrate gives the signal 3 fingers lifted. Then a short nod. You begin. The first lash always pulls silence from the crowd. It's the second one that makes them lean in. You keep your rhythm. Steady and precise. The rods whistle through the air and land with a meaty thwack. You count under your breath. 7, 8, 9. By 12, the boy's legs are shaking. By 15, someone in the crowd turns away. By 20, his sobbing. And somewhere around 25, you see the priest standing off to the side, smug as a rooster with new feathers. Historians still argue whether punishments like public floggings were truly about justice, or just another way to humiliate and control the lower classes. Either way, you're the one swinging. And nobody seems to remember your name when it's over. You release the boy once it's done. He crumples into a heap, weeping into the dirt. The guards carry him off like a sack of guilt. And you're left to gather the rods. One of them, splintered. You toss it aside. Wilhelm will clean it up. Probably. Eventually. Back at your shack. You scrub your hands in cold water that smells vaguely of iron. You can't quite tell if it's your imagination, or if blood just lives in the grain of your skin now. You dry off with a rag that's seen better centuries, and settle onto your stool. only for it to let out a noise so mournful it might qualify as a complaint. Wheeling arrives mid-snack, chewing something green and vaguely leaf-like. "Nice show?" he says through his mouth. Crowd seemed into it. You don't respond. He leans against the doorframe and watches you sharpen the backup axe. "You ever wonder what we'd be doing if we weren't doing this?" You pose. "No." He grins. "I'd probably be a juggler. Or maybe one of those traveling candle sellers." "Oh. Those get robbed constantly. And better than flogging teenagers before breakfast." "Are." He has a point, but you don't say it out loud. Later, you're summoned again. This time by the town clerk-a-man with more ink on his hands than blood in his veins. He's got a scroll with your name on it and a wax seal that spells one thing: bureaucracy. Apparently, you're overdue on your guild dues. Yes, even you have a guild. Not one you attend. Not one anyone speaks about. But it exists. A little group of state-sanctioned executioners spread across towns like mold, gathering once a year to pretend they aren't universally hated. You tell the clerk you'll pay when your next wages come in. He tuts. Suggests maybe you could inspire civic goodwill by leading the Whipping Day procession next week. You stare at him long enough for him to retreat back into his ledgers like a snail into its shell. The rest of the afternoon, you work on the gallows. Someone's got to maintain the thing. Boards warp. Ropes fray. Hinges squeak. You oil the trapdoor mechanism and retighten the bolts. Willem tries to help but mostly just hits things with a hammer while making sound effects. By evening, your hands are splintered again. Your cloak smells like wet timber. And your patience has curled up in a corner to die. You eat dinner stew made from mystery meat and something pretending to be a turnip hand sit on your stoop while the sky bleeds orange and purple. A traveling bard strums a lute nearby, singing a song about knights and dragons. No one ever writes ballads about executioners. There's no glory in splattered cloaks and splinters. Just repetition and sweat. You remember a story you once heard about an executioner who painted landscapes, mostly soft hills and quiet lakes. Said it helped him forget the faces. You tried painting once. The result looked like a rotten cabbage. You never tried again. As the night deepens, the familiar sounds settle in. Dogs barking, doors creaking, a baby crying. You hear someone praying in the distance, their voice soft and cracked. You wonder who they're praying for. Probably not you. You sleep in your boots again. You dream of walking into the crowd instead of onto the scaffold. Just once. Just to see what it feels like to not be the one everyone's staring at. You wake to the sound of a raven croaking from your windowsill. It stares at you with eyes too smart for comfort. You stare back. Get in line. You mutter, tossing a crust of bread its way. It doesn't eat it. Just flies off. Like judgment on wings, it's a slow morning, which is rare. No new names on the docket. No surprise arrests. No urgent summons to the bailiff's hall. Just silence. Broken only by Wilhelm's off-key humming as he sweeps your shack's doorway with a bundle of dry reeds that mostly just spread the dirt around. You should enjoy the peace. Maybe carve a spoon or finally mend that hole in your cloak. But something about a quiet day makes your spine itch. You walk the edge of town, partly out of habit, partly because you need to pick up oil for the sharpening stone. The path takes you past the baker's stall, where the smell of fresh loaves punches you in the gut like a memory of better mornings. The baker's boy eyes you nervously, then scurries into the back. You nod politely to no one in particular, and keep walking, past the blacksmiths. The forge crackles, and for a moment, you imagine what it would have been like. Hammering steel instead of swinging it. You wonder if the blacksmith's apprentice ever dreams of trade work that doesn't require earplugs or a weekly confession. Then again, he doesn't have to mop up after failed hangings. Your last stop is the herbalist. The old woman who runs the place doesn't flinch when you arrive. That alone makes her a marvel. She slides a small jar of linseed oil across the counter and offers a nod, not a smile, not kindness, exactly just acknowledgement. You leave an extra coin and slip the jar into your coat pocket like it's contraband. Back at home, you oil your tools on the stoop. The air smells like wood smoke and manure, with a hint of burned barley from the brewery. Wilhelm leans against the doorframe, gnawing on a carrot that looks more like a club. "No job today?" he asks. "Not yet." He grins. "Maybe they forgot we exist." "Unlikely." He squints at you. "You ever think about what you'd be if you weren't this?" You shrug. "Dead. Probably." "Oh?" He laughs, but it doesn't quite reach his eyes. The quiet doesn't last. By mid-afternoon, a rider from the next town over arrives on a foam-flecked horse, carrying a sealed letter and a sour expression. You take the scroll and break the wax. Another execution request. This time, from the Baron's court. A nobleman charged with treason. High profile. You'll need to travel. You pack what you need, your tools. A spare tunic. 2 loaves of bread you didn't technically buy. And Wilhelm, who insists on coming because someone needs to keep you from murdering the wrong guy. You saddle up a borrowed donkey named Giles, who smells like regret and farts like he's paid to do it. The road is long and muddy. You pass peasants carrying firewood, soldiers herding sheep, and a nun dragging a sack of turnips with murderous intent. Everyone steps aside when they see you. And you don't blame them. You're a walking omen. No one wants to be within splatter distance. The castle looms on the hill by sundown. You're shown to a shed beside the stables, which is generous by executioner standards. At least there's straw. The guards eye your tools like they're relics. One of them whispers something about cursed iron. You don't correct him. Let them think what they like. In the great hall, the accused nobleman sits in chains, more silk than man, sneering like he's allergic to poverty. You're not told the full story, just that he plotted against the Baron, got caught, and now wants a clean end. That's your specialty. At dinner, you're not invited to the main feast. Of course, you eat with the stable boys. One of them offers you a roasted onion. You take it, thank him, and try not to think about the look the nobleman gave you. The look that said, "You are the end of my story." You don't sleep much. The wind whistles through the stable walls like a flute played by ghosts. You lie in the straw, staring at the rafters, counting cobwebs. Willem snores beside you. Clutching a sack of apples he stole from the castle kitchens. Insurance. he mumbled earlier. In case we get poisoned. Oh, the next morning dawns, cold and gray. The platform is already built wide. Polished. Unnecessarily fancy. There are banners, trumpets, a man with a lute who looks deeply uncomfortable. It's more theater than punishment. You're handed a ceremonial sorta, monstrosity of gold filigree and useless weight. You nod solemnly, then set it aside and reach for your own blade. The Baron frowns, but says nothing. The nobleman arrives, surrounded by guards and flanked by a priest who looks like he wants to be anywhere else. The condemned man meets your eyes. He doesn't beg, doesn't curse, just stands straight. Jinhai? You offer him the blindfold. He declines. The crowd is silent. Even the birds hold their breath. You raise the axe. You swing. It's clean. The head rolls. The body slumps. And the court erupts in polite applause. Like someone just nailed a particularly difficult dance step. You clean your blade, bow slightly, and walk off the stage like it's just another Tuesday. Because it is. Historians still argue whether executions of nobility were truly about justice or carefully staged rituals meant to reinforce power, judging by the wine served afterward. You're leaning toward the latter. The Baron offers you coin and a curt nod. You take both and retreat back to the stables. Giles farts as you pack up. Wilhelm pockets 3 leftover rolls and a candlestick. On the ride home, Wilhelm hums a tune that might be a funeral dirge or a love song. You can't tell. The road is quieter now. The trees seem taller, the sky wider. You wonder, not for the first time, if your face will be remembered by anyone, or if, years from now, some boy will read your name in a dusty ledger and think, what kind of person signs up to swing the axe? You reach your shack by dusk. It's still there, still leaning slightly to one side. Still yours. You hang up your cloak, oil your blade, and sit by the fire with a cup of watered ale. The wind hums low through the cracks in the wall. You take a deep breath, close your eyes, and rest. Just for a moment, the silence waits like an old friend. You start the morning with your face in a bowl of tepid water, trying to scrub the dried sweat and hay dust from your eyes. Willem stumbles around the shack, half-dressed. One boot on, one off, muttering something about cursed apples and that Baron's ghost. You ignore him, which is a necessary skill in this line of work. Outside, the crows are already gathering on the gallows crossbeam, watching like furry judges. They know you're back. You spend a little time doing repairs. The rope ladder needs retying. One of the trapdoor hinges has started squeaking again. And some probably, children painted a very rude drawing on the side of the scaffold. You scrub it off with a rag and mutter about medieval graffiti. At least they didn't misspell anything this time. After lunch, a meal that involves a potato of indeterminate texture and a slice of something leathery you refuse to identify. You hear the heavy knock of a town courier. That knock always means one thing: another name. Sure enough, the scroll in his hands bears the wax seal of the magistrate. You break it open. It's not an execution. It's a maintenance request. For the stocks. Of course, you sigh and pack your tool shammer. Nails. A small saw. and the bucket of foul-smelling linseed oil you pretend makes a difference. Wilhelm offers to come, but says it in the tone of voice that means he really doesn't want to. You let him stay, and head off toward the town square alone. The stocks sit on the edge of the market square, just far enough from the butcher's stall to keep the smell of raw meat from being overwhelming. They've been knocked over possibly by a drunk, possibly by sheer neglect. Either way, the beams are cracked, and one of the leg holes is splintered so badly it looks like a trap for very unlucky squirrels. You get to work, hammering with the resigned energy of someone who's patched these things so many times. He knows exactly how many nails are still embedded from the last fix. A crowd gathers. Not a big one, just a few loiterers and a boy selling roasted chestnuts who's clearly using you as entertainment while he waits for customers. You ignore them and keep working. You're good with your hands, even when they're not holding a blade. Maybe, in another life, you'd have been a carpenter. Maybe you'd build cradles. Not coffins. But in this life, you fix the town's punishment furniture, and they still won't sell you decent bread. You finish the repairs by mid-afternoon and step back to admire your handiwork. It holds together, barely. You smear the last bit of oil on the hinges and wipe your hands on your apron. The chestnut boy offers you one for free. You take it, nod once, and walk away before he can change his mind. Back at your shack, you find Willem digging through your woodpile like a feral badger. He's looking for a board he swears he saw last week. Perfect for a new chopping block, he explains. You roll your eyes and point him toward the back, where the older planks have been stacked since winter. As he roots around, he tells you the latest gossip. A nobleman's daughter has run off with a merchant. The tavern burned down someone's beard again, and the priest was spotted buying wine from the widow Fletcher, who makes hers with turnips and spite. None of it matters. But you listen anyway. It's something human, in a job that wears the human parts thin. Later that night, as you sit on your stool scraping the rust from your chain cuffs, there's a knock at the door. Not the heavy knock of a courier. A light one. Hesitant. You open it to find a girl. Maybe 10? Pale. Red-cheeked. Gripping a piece of paper like it's a sword. She thrusts it into your hands and runs. It's a drawing. Of you. Sort of. You. Standing by the gallows. But smiling. And in the corner, a small note in a child's shaky hand. You're not the worst. You stare at the drawing for a long time. Longer than you'd admit. You fold it neatly and tuck it between two loose floorboards. Just for later. Just in case. The next day, the job returns to normal. You're called to oversee a hanging. A thief, this time caught, breaking into the apothecary's cellar and stealing herbs. No one really knows what he was looking for. Maybe healing. Maybe poison. The guards don't ask. And you're not paid to wonder. The scaffold creaks as you walk up. The rope feels heavier than usual. The man weeps openly as you bind his wrists. You offer him the blindfold. And he nods. No speeches. No pleas. Just the hush of the crowd and the thump of the trap door. Afterward, Wilhelm hands you a cloth to clean your hands, even though he knows it never really helps. You thank him anyway. On the way home, a woman spits at your feet. Not directly at you, just near enough to make her point. You step around it without comment. A goat bleats at you from behind a fence. At least someone's glad to see you. You think again about the child's drawing, about the phrase, "You're not the worst." Maybe that's enough. Not the best, not the hero, but not the worst. Historians still argue whether medieval executioners found satisfaction in their work, or if they merely endured it. You suspect it's a bit of both. There's no glory in what you do, but there is some grim, worn down, comfortin', knowing the job is done cleanly, that the rope is measured, the blade is sharp, the swing is true. At home, Willem starts patching a hole in the roof. You watch him for a while, until he swears and nearly drops a tile. You shake your head, climb up, and help him hold the beam steady. It's not about trusting him with it. It's about making sure the roof doesn't collapse during the next storm. As the sun dips below the treetops and the smoke from 100 cooking fires curls into the sky, you sit with your feet dangling from the roof, chewing on the last of the chestnut and staring into the clouds. For a moment, the wind carries laughter from the town square. Someone's playing a lute. Someone else is dancing, and no one is looking at you. You let the moment sit, quiet and undisturbed. And then the bell rings. Another name. You don't need to check the parchment to know what the bell means. It's always the same rhythm, 3 slow tolls. Then a pause. That's the "come now" bell, not the "come when you've had lunch" bell. You sigh, brush the roofing dust from your sleeves, and climb down, leaving Wilhelm halfway through, muttering to himself about sloped shingles and divine punishment. The magistrate meets you near the gallows, arms crossed, lips pursed, like a man who just drank vinegar through a straw. "We've got a situation," he says, handing over a folded writ already smudged with his greasy thumbprint. You open it and scan quickly. It's not an execution. It's a cleanup. Apparently, yesterday's body was left too long on the hook. Crows got to it. Children poked it with sticks. A dog tried to drag off the shoe. You'd think someone would have dealt with that before today. But of course everyone's happy to use you, just not talk to you. So, you go back, sleeves rolled up, gloves on, eyes half shut, and deal with the aftermath. The body is stiff now, and the flies have turned it into a buzzing lesson in neglect. You mutter a few curses under your breath and cut the rope, lowering the corpse into the waiting sack with all the tenderness of hauling out yesterday's trash. You carry it alone, because Wilhelm says he's sensitive to smells today. You take it to the charnel pit, a sunken hollow just outside town, surrounded by low stone walls and the faint hum of despair. It's where the truly unwanted go: criminals, plague victims, and folks who couldn't afford a priest's final words. You slide the body in. It lands with a thud. The flies don't even pause. You cover it with lime, toss on a bit of dirt, and head back. Another task complete. Another thing no one thanks you for. You pass a group of young men on the road, laughing as they juggle apples and shout bawdy jokes. One stops laughing when he sees you. The others keep going. You don't break stride. You don't bother trying to explain that you're just doing your job. Back home, Wilhelm is eating your last turnip and insists it was a communal root vegetable. You ignore him and open the shutters to let in the smell of something other than decay. It helps. Slightly, later that afternoon, a visitor comes. This is rare. No one visits the executioner unless their required tour very disparity. It's a woman in a thick brown cloak, face hidden, eyes sharp. She doesn't speak right away, just stands in your doorway, glancing at your tools laid out by the wall. The sharpening stone, the rack of ropes and hoods and hooks. Finally, she speaks. "You're the one who did it?" "My brother. 3 weeks ago. He stole bread." "Oh." You nod slowly. "That sounds right." "You remember the name now?" "Gowned fellow. Angry eyes. She doesn't scream at you. She doesn't cry. She just says, 'Was it quick?' You consider lying, but you don't. "Yes." She nods, pulls something from her pocket. A small pouch, tosses it on the table. "He owed you that," she says. Then she leaves. You open the pouch. It's filled with small coins, mostly copper. A few bent. One with a hole through the middle. You leave it on the table. You don't need it. But something about the weight of it feels like a pebble dropped into a still pond. Historians still argue whether executioners were ever respected, even secretly, by the people. There are stories scattered, like windblown leaves, about executioners offered meals in private, confessions whispered to them before priests arrived, coins left anonymously outside their doors. You've never had that kind of luck, but today feels close. As night falls, a storm rolls in, the kind with horizontal rain and booming thunder that makes your rickety walls shiver. You sit by the fire and oil your gear, listening to Wilhelm tell a story about a haunted gallows in the north where the condemned never stop screaming. You don't tell him that you've had nights where you've heard screaming. 2. Not from outside. From behind your eyes. Sleep doesn't come easily. It never does after body duty. But eventually, the rain softens. The fire dies low, and the rhythm of the storm dulls your mind into something close to rest. At first light, there's a new knock. You groan, stretch, and open the door to find the guard captain himself, a man with the face of a boiled egg and the personality of a stone wall. Double duty today. He grunts, hanging in a branding. Noon. You sigh and nod. The branding is first. A thief again. Caught twice. Law says he gets the hot iron across the cheek. It's a cruel, mark-lumpy, and permanent hand. The townspeople love it. You heat the iron in a brazier until it glows like a dragon's eye. Then press it quick and hard against the boy's face. He screams. Of course. They always do. The priest offers a prayer like he's reciting a shopping list. After that comes the hanging. Same platform. New rope. You inspect every knot, every board, because you've learned that the worst thing isn't a death, it's a botched one. A slow strangling instead of a clean drop. This one goes smoothly. You don't even look at the man's face as the trapdoor opens. Just another name on another scroll. As you clean the gallows afterward, Willing sidles up, munching on what's either a biscuit or a hardened piece of gruel. "You know," he says, "you should ask for a raise." Huh. You laugh. Genuinely. To whom? He shrugs. The magistrate. The town council. The rats. Whoever actually signs your pay. And you shake your head. No one wants to negotiate with the axe. And he chews thoughtfully. Still, if anyone deserves a bonus, it's the guy who scrapes brains off the trapdoor. You can't argue with that. Back at your shack, you finally take a moment to sit, to breathe, to let the day bleed out of your muscles. You think again about the girl's drawing, about the pouch of coins, about the woman's eyes. Not angry, just tired. You know that feeling. The wind shifts. You smell rain again. Or maybe it's just the damp, never quite leaving your clothes. Either way, you grab a cloak, open the shutters, and let the cold in. Tomorrow will bring more names, more tools to clean, more splinters to pull. But for tonight, you sit by the fire, quiet, still, unseen. It starts with a knock at the wrong hour, too late for breakfast, too early for lunch. You're still lacing your boots when Willem peeks through the slatted shutters and announces, "It's the bailiff." And he's brought a child. You glance out. Sure enough, the bailiff stands outside your door, arms folded, expression like he's been chewing gravel for the last hour. Beside him is a boy, skinny, nervous, hair sticking out in all directions like he lost a fight with a gust of wind. He's maybe 12, maybe younger, and he's trying not to make eye contact with anything, including the sun. The bailiff doesn't wait for a greeting. "This one's yours now," he says, nudging the boy forward like a sack of flour. Apprentice order. Council signed it. Effective immediately. What? You blink. I didn't ask for, didn't say you did. The bailiff interrupts. But the last 2 lads we sent into the tannery died coughing up leather fumes. So, unless you want to end up with no backup at all, you'll train him. Oh. With that, he drops a folded paper at your feet and walks off. You pick it up. It's real. Signed. Sealed. Unfair. You look at the boy. He's still staring at his shoes. Name? He mumbles something. You wait. Finally, he looks up. Jory. Great. You hand him a bucket and tell him to start by scrubbing the steps. If he pukes, he'll clean that too. William, of course, is delighted. We've got a squire now. Should we knight him? Sir Scared? A lot? You glare, and he retreats, laughing into a crust of bread. Jory scrubs the steps with the kind of grim focus only orphans and unpaid interns can muster. You let him work in silence. You don't have the energy to give speeches. By midday, he's sweating and pink in the face but hasn't quit. That's something. You give him a piece of apple and tell him to sit in the shade. He looks at it like it's a relic from another world. You wonder when he last ate anything that wasn't moldy crust. Wilhelm tosses him a scrap of jerky. "What'd you do to get stuck with us?" he asks. The boy shrugs. "I was caught stealing. 3rd time. Oh, so it's that kind of arrangement. Better a short life with you than a shorter one on the rope." You train him slowly, That day, you show him how to sand an axe handle, how to check the balance, how to oil the blade. He listens, doesn't talk much. Good. You've never trusted chatty apprentices. By the second day, he's helping you restock the ropes. That's when he sees the trapdoor and finally asks, "How many have you? You know? Done?" You pose. Enough. He doesn't push. Smart. You take him to the platform the next day. It's empty. No execution scheduled. Just repairs. Still. He steps on it like it might swallow him. You show him how to test the boards, how to check for rot. You don't talk about what it's for. You don't need to. Historians still argue whether executioners trained their apprentices with the same rigor as other trades, or if it was more improvised. In your case, it's somewhere between carpentry and quiet dread. You show him how to tie knots firm, not too tight, adjustable in a hurry. You teach him which ropes to keep dry and which can take blood. You don't sugarcoat any of it. After a week, Jory doesn't flinch when you pick up the axe. That's when you know he's either learning or he's already halfway broken. There's an execution on the 10th day. A brawler killed 2 men in a tavern. Tried to bribe the guard with spoiled mead. The sentence is swift. The body. Big. You tell Jory to stay back. He doesn't. From the edge of the crowd, he watches you tie the man down, raise the axe, and swing. It's clean. The crowd murmurs. Jory says nothing. That night, you find him cleaning the blade without being told. He even gets the corners. He asks you then, quietly, "Does it get easier?" You don't lee. No. You just stop waiting for it to. Wilhelm teaches him how to deal with angry crowds. If they throw anything softer than a cabbage, ignore it. If it's harder than a cabbage, duck. You pretend not to be impressed when Jory learns to catch a thrown onion mid-air. The boy's learning. Fast. Too fast. One afternoon, you see him staring at the names on the latest scroll. This one stole a loaf of bread. He says, "That's it?" You nod. Third time, "I." He doesn't argue, but his hands shake when he polishes the cuffs. You take him to the charnel pit a few days later. There's a burial to be done. One else will do it. He holds his breath the whole time, then throws up when you finish. You hand him a cloth. He wipes his face and says, "Okay, I'll do better next time." You nod, because that's all there is. The work continues. Wilhelm tells you a story that night about a village where the executioner wore bright red and sang hymns during beheadings. Said it kept the spirits calm. He says, or maybe just made him feel less alone. Oh. You don't wear red. But sometimes, when the wind is high, you hum. One morning, Jory forgets to feed the ravens. You scold him. Mildly. Later that day, he returns from the market with a pouch of grain he bought himself. You don't ask where he got the coin. You begin teaching him more. How to pick the right wood for stocks. How to spot a crack in a rope before it becomes a break. How to listen to a crowd and know when to speed up or draw it out. Not for drama. For safety, he's not ready yet. But he will be. You've seen apprentices come and go, Wilhelm among them, though he's more like a very loud roommate now. Some faint, some run, some try to take the axe before they're ready. But Jory, he listens. He learns. One evening, as you're oiling your tools by candlelight, he asks, "When did you start?" You pose, wiping your hands. Young, not much older than you. He nods slowly. Did you ever wish you could have done something else? You glance at the axe, then the shack, then the platform silhouetted against the moonlight. Yes. He doesn't ask what, and maybe that's why he'll last. You don't sleep well that night. It's not the usual no phantom screams or flashbacks of a bad swing. This time it's something quieter, something crawling just beneath the surface. Like a whisper you can't quite hear. It takes you hours to realize what it is. Silence. Not the peaceful kind, but the watchful sort. Like the world's holding its breath. When you wake, Jory's already up, poking at the fire with a stick and trying to make tea out of dried mint and regret. Wilhelm is still snoring, wrapped in a cloak that probably hasn't been washed since the last monarch died. You take the tin cup from the boy. Nod. Approval it. Doesn't taste terribly. And lace your boots in the half-light of dawn. Today's not an execution day. No brandings. No floggings. No urgent summons from the bailiff. Which means it's time for the side hustle. Because here's the unpleasant truth. Executions may be official work, but they don't exactly come with a pension, or regular pay, or enough coin to keep both food and firewood stocked. Unless you supplement. So, like many of your kind, you, moonlight. Your specialty, pigs? The townsfolk won't look you in the eye when you're in your executioner's hood. But when they've got a squealing hog that needs slaughtering cleanly and with minimal mess, suddenly you're a craftsman, a respected tradesman. Even if only for an afternoon, you and Jory walk the muddy path to old Mathis's farm, a place that always smells like wet straw, cider, and existential dread. Mathis greets you with his usual grunt and hands you the rope tied around a particularly chunky boar. Stubborn one, he says. Tried to eat my boot this morning. You nod. Jory looks mildly alarmed. You do the job quickly. No theatrics. Just precision. The blade sinks clean. The pig squeals once. Then nothing. The blood pools neatly into the trough. You even get to keep the liver payment, along with a few silver bits and a look from Mathis that, while not friendly, isn't openly hostile. As you wash your hands in the nearby stream, Jory crouches beside you. Quiet. I thought it would be messier, he says. It usually is. You reply. When people are watching. He doesn't ask what you mean. And you don't explain. Because that's one of the biggest differences between man and pigmen die louder, even when they're silent. You return to town smelling like iron and onions. Wilhelm, predictably, has done nothing all morning except carve a chessboard into the table using a spoon. He challenges Jory to a game, claiming he once beat a Duke Steward in 5 moves. He loses to Jory in 4. That evening, you mend your spare rope. It's fraying near the loop, and you can't afford a new coil just yet. The twisting, binding motions are second nature now. There's something oddly soothing about the repetition, the feel of fibers tightening beneath your fingers, a skill not so different from basket weaving. If you squint morally, Jory watches you work. Do you ever get used to the smell? You pose. No. You just stop noticing. He thinks about that. Even with pigs? You glance at him. Especially with pigs. Later. The bailiff sends word tomorrow. A burning. You rub your temples and groan. Not again. It's not a witch. Thankfully. Just a blasphemer. Which is the church's way of saying someone insulted the wrong clergyman with enough volume to be overheard by an actual witness. He'll be tied to the stake in the square. You're to supervise, ensure the wood is stacked properly, and signal when it's time to light. Burnings are the worst. There's no good way to do them. No precision. No art. Just smoke and fire and screaming. You've only done 2 before. And both times, the crowd was so rowdy, it nearly turned into a riot. Wilhelm groans when he hears. Let me guess. Half Greenwood. Windy day. Priest shouting nonsense. And someone throws a cabbage halfway through. Okay. Twice. You reply, Jory. To his credit. Doesn't ask to stay behind. The next morning, the accused stands tied to the post. Robes singed at the edges from some earlier scuffle. He's thin, calm, and clearly beyond fear. You check the kindling, adjust the pitch-soaked rags, and give the signal. The crowd is unusually quiet. No taunts. No jeers. Just watching. The fire starts slowly, then roars to life with terrifying speed. You step back, eyes fixed just over the man's head. Refusing to meet his gaze, Jory flinches at the first scream, but doesn't look away. When it's over, the priest mutters a blessing, and the crowd disperses like mist. The platform smolders. You douse the embers with a bucket of water and a prayer that smells like ash and guilt. Historians still argue whether burnings were about punishment or spectaclear, if they were a warning. Like a scarecrow made of flesh. You think it's all 3? A message. Wrapped in misery. Sent to the town. Behave. Or this could be you. That night, no one eats much. Jory stares at the flames in the hearth and doesn't speak. Wilhelm busies himself making an impossibly bad stew and humming a lullaby that might actually be a dirge. You lie awake? The sound of crackling still echoing in your ears. The smell of burning cloth lingers in your hair. No matter how hard you scrub, the nightmares that night don't come with faces just fire. Just heat. Just the feeling of being watched by 100 eyes and none of them blinking. The next day, you take Jory to the woods, not to hunt, not to hide. To breathe, you find a clearing. Sit in silence. Let the trees rustle their leafy judgment. He picks up a stick and pokes at a beetle for a while, then finally asks, "Did he deserve it?" You don't answer, because you don't know. Back in town, there's already another scroll waiting. Another name. Another sin. But for now, you sit with your apprentice in a quiet place. The air clean. The world wide. The axe left at home, You return from the woods to find the town square, unusually quiet. The kind of quiet that has nothing to do with peace and everything to do with tension. The moment you cross into view of the gallows, you see it a black flag hanging limp from the magistrate's post. Not a death notice. Something worse. A witch trial. You hate these? Everyone does. Even if they pretend otherwise. They're messier than murder cases. More theatrical than noble executions. And absolutely soaked in spite, fear, and superstition. You already know what the scroll will say before the bailiff hands it to you. Face, blank, and mouth pressed into a line tight enough to cut. The accused is a woman named Ilsa. Widow. Mid-40s. Healer. Herbalist. And, apparently, too good at treating people's warts and fevers without the help of the church. Someone's cow died. Someone's baby got sick. Someone dreamt of a black dog. And now Ilsa is scheduled to burn. You don't even need to read the charges. You've seen this script before. Back at your shack, Jory watches you pace, with a look on his face that lands somewhere between worry and disbelief. She's not a witch, he says softly. You don't answer. You're not sure he's wrong. And it wouldn't matter if he were. Wilhelm tries to lighten the mood. Well, at least it's not raining this time. Easier to light the kindling when it's dry. You glare at him, and he shrugs. Too soon? Preparations begin the next morning. You're required to check the woodpile, supervise the stake construction, and inspect the ropes just in case she struggles. You don't ask for details. You don't look her in the eyes. You just get to work. Ilsa is brought out mid-morning, hands bound. Face unriabile. She wears a simple dress, hair braided. No signs of panic. She stands taller than most. No crying. No protests. Just a deep breath as she's tied to the post like she's already left her body behind. The priest reads the charges. You half listen. Unnatural healing. Weather calling. Speaking in tongues. All of it nonsense. All of it. The kind of accusations that get whispered first and shouted second. A child's cough becomes a curse. A tincture becomes a hex. And suddenly, your quietest neighbor is the most dangerous person in town. Jory stands to the side, pale and motionless. You told him he could stay back. He chose not to. As you prepare the torch, you notice the crowd isn't jeering like usual. They're quiet, uncomfortable, maybe even unsure. But no one steps forward. No one says stop. The flames begin small. The smoke curls up around her legs. Then her arms. She doesn't scream. She hums. Just for a moment. A tune you almost recognize as soft. Like something you'd hum while steeping tea. Then she's silent. And it's over. You're not sure what burns more, your eyes or your conscience. That night, Jory doesn't speak. Neither do you. Wheeling tries. Then gives up. The stew boils over. And no one moves to stop it. You clean your tools until your fingers blister. Historians still argue whether any of those tried as witches truly believed they had power. Some say the rituals gave them control in a world where they had none. Others think they were simply victims too clever, too poor, too female. You don't know. You just know she stood taller than anyone else in the square. The next day, someone throws a rock at your door. Not hard enough to break anything, just enough to make a point. You don't pick it up. You leave it there, like a reminder. A week passes before the next job comes. A noblewoman wants her servant punished for theft, but she demands something dignified. That means no flogging, no branding, just a quiet dismissal. You're told to escort him from the castle and make sure he doesn't return. In plain terms, exile him publicly. So, you put on your formal cloak, sharpen your sword, and ride out with Willem and Jory to a manor so covered in ivy, it looks like it's being devoured. The noblewoman meets you in a sitting room that smells like cinnamon and power. She doesn't speak to you directly. Through a steward, you find the servant in the stables. Hands bound. Eyes red. He's just a boy, barely older than Jory. You say nothing. You lead him to the edge of the village, then cut his ropes and point down the road. He looks at you like he expects the blade. You don't give it. He runs. You hope he doesn't stop. Back home, Wilhelm tries to polish the gallows platform, but ends up making it worse. You send Jory to the tanner's for gloveshes. Current pair are more whole than fabric. When he returns, he hands you a letter. No seal. No name. You open it. Inside is a single line. She saved my son. He lived. You fold it carefully. Place it beneath your cot. And don't speak of it again. The next market day, no one makes eye contact. That's normal. But now, people cross the road sooner. Even the chestnut boy pretends not to see you. Willem jokes. They think you'll start swinging for fun. But he doesn't laugh after. You consider taking a break. Just a few days away. Maybe in the woods. But you know better. No one replaces the executioner when he's absent. They just let things rot until he returns. Instead, you take Jory to the churchyard. Not for prayer. For rope practice, you string a dummy from the old tree behind the chapel and teach him how to tie the noose so it snaps instead of strangles. You explain neck length, trapdoor weight, wind conditions. You do not talk about Ilsa. He listens, practices, ties and reties. His hands are steady. You watch the way he moves now. Less flinching, more calculating. Like a young carpenter measuring a beam. Before cutting, you wonder how much of him is still boy. You teach him the phrase to say before a sentence is carried out. The one the magistrate insists upon. By order of the council. Let justice be done. You never say it with feeling. He doesn't either. That night, the crows don't gather on the gallows. You notice. You always notice. You lie awake, staring at the ceiling, wondering how many more songs you'll never recognize, how many more letters you won't open in time, and how many more innocent people you'll set on fire because someone had a nightmare about a black cat. It's a Tuesday, and that means torture. Not the theatrical kind with racks and iron maidens. Those are for kings and artists. No. Today's pain is more practical. The town dungeon, if you can call it that, is nothing more than a sunken room beneath the bailiff's hall, with 2 torches, 1 rat, and a table so warped it could qualify as abstract furniture. You arrive before dawn because the magistrate wants a confession before lunch. Of course he does. The accused is already shackled. When you arrive, an older man, maybe 60, with a thick beard and watery eyes, caught forging documents. According to the charges, allegedly altered land deeds to claim a plot that technically belonged to a minor noble. And now, he's here, in your care. How comforting. You pull on your gloves well. What's left of them? One finger is completely gone, and the rest look like melted leather sausages. Jory stands nearby, fidgeting. You told him he could skip this one. He said no. The boy's curiosity is like ivy, creeping, silent, impossible to stop. Wilhelm is here too, mostly for comic relief. He stands in the corner eating a boiled egg and giving you unnecessary commentary. You know, he says between bites, if we just dropped a beetle in his ear and said it could crawl into his brain, he might confess quicker. Oh. You raise an eyebrow. Is that a thing? He shrugs. It is now? The prisoner moans softly, head drooping. You haven't touched him yet. That's the real trick to medieval interrogation. Half of it is psychology. Let the walls talk first. Let the silence stretch until it's unbearable. Only then do you speak. Confess. You say, evenly. The man lifts his head. To what? You sigh. To whatever they need you to. Oh. Historians still argue whether medieval torture was used to discover truth or simply to produce something inconfessable. You're no scholar. But it seems obvious. The town doesn't need answers. It needs resolution. A tidy ending. A signed parchment, with a name and a yes. I did it. Oh, you show him the tools. Not gleaming. Not dramatic. Just enough. A crank. A wedge. A pair of thumb screws Wilhelm found behind the grain sacks last spring. He told you they'd been missing for years. Probably borrowed by someone with strange hobbies. You don't use them. Not yet. Just place them down. Slow and deliberate. I can't sign anything. The man whispers. They took my glasses. Or. You stare at him. Then turn to Wilhelm. Get the man his glasses. Ah. Wilhelm looks mildly offended. You're ruining the ambiance. End of quote. But he leaves and returns 5 minutes later with a pair of crooked spectacles, lenses smudged with soot. You hand them over. The man blinks through the grime. And then, quietly, he signs. You escort him back to the cell. Jory follows behind. Silent. Afterward, you sit on the front steps of the bailiff's hall, elbows on your knees. The sun is just cresting the rooftops, and everything smells faintly of last night's rain and this morning's desperation. Jory sits beside you, biting his lip. Is that it? That's it. Oh, no. Pain. Pain's expensive. You say, and messier. Fear is cheaper. And he nods slowly, still thinking. You send him home to check the gallows platform while you return to the dungeon. Not to see the prisoner, just to sit, to let the air settle. It's cooler down here. And the walls don't ask questions. Wilhelm returns with a sack of apples and a grin. You're becoming soft, Oh, you reply, I'm becoming efficient. He considers that, then starts juggling apples. Drops one immediately. Maybe I'll open a fruit stand. Retire early. Sell oranges and confessions. Back at your shack. You find a dead bird on your doorstep. Probably a crow. Could be a message. Could be just bad luck. You sweep it away and pretend you didn't notice. The town feels different lately. People step back quicker. Some no longer say hello. Not even the old ones who used to give you the occasional grunt of acknowledgement. There's a rumor going around that you speak to ghosts. You don't. But you're not about to correct anyone. Let the myth do its work. You check the tools. Everything's sharp. Everything's oiled. Even the spare rope is coiled with care. You're not sure whether that's your doing or Jory's anymore. There's a message waiting on your table. Folded parchment. No seal. Another noble. Another request. This one's unusual. Though, they want a performance. You groan aloud and read it again. Yes, a performance. Trumpets. Flowers. A monologue from the condemned. You roll your eyes, so hard, your vision goes sideways. You show it to Wilhelm. He grins. Finally, a show. You'll need a hat. Something with feathers. The next morning, you travel to the estate. Jory in tow. The manor is enormous. All polished stone and smug windows. A steward meets you at the gates and explains, in too many words, that their lord wishes to elevate the process, make the execution instructive and poetic. You ask if he's joking. He is not. The condemned is a poet who insulted the baron in a sonnet. You read it. It's actually quite good. But the baron did not appreciate being compared to a flatulent goat, so now the poet must die with flair. You set the platform yourself. Demand it be sturdy. If the show's going to be dramatic, the trapdoor had better work. The condemned thanks you as you secure the cuffs. I was worried you'd be one of those clumsy types. Oh, you grunt. You'd prefer an amateur? He laughs. I'd prefer a rewrite. He performs a final poem before the drop. Something about injustice and wind and the color of bruises. The crowd claps politely. You roll your eyes again and pull the lever. Clean. Efficient. Over. Wilhelm collects the payment. Jory gathers the tools. On the ride home, Jory says, he didn't seem scared. You nod. Some people die like they're ending a speech. He thinks about that, then asks, if I ever, mess up, would you do it? You turn slowly. Do what? He shrugs. Be the one. You don't answer for a long time. Then, if you asked, he nods. Willem mutters, well, this is cheerful, and tosses a turnip into a ditch. Back in town, you clean the blade, oil the hinges, patch the gallows steps, the ordinary things, the things that keep your hands busy while your thoughts drift somewhere less sharp. You watch Jory mop the floor without complaint. You hear Wilhelm whistling off-key. The fire crackles. The night stretches long, and in the quiet between seconds, you think maybe today wasn't so bad. No blood. No burnings. Just fear. Poetry. And a fairly well-behaved poet. You can live with that. You wake up to a horn, not the usual church bell, or Wilhelm loudly breaking something ceramic in the next room, but a high, sharp, self-important horn that means nobility is visiting. You sit up slowly, rubbing your temples. It's barely dawn, and already someone's trying to make an entrance. Outside, in the square, a herald is unrolling, a scroll so long it trails into the mud. He clears his throat dramatically and begins to read an announcement at full volume to no one in particular. Because it's too early and half the town is still in bed, you hear the words, Duke, ceremony, and official oversight of Capitol protocol. That last one makes your stomach twist slightly. The Duke of Ashholt is visiting. You remember him vaguely from a few years back, famous for his silk gloves, absurdly large mustache, and a tendency to faint at the sight of blood. A duke who likes executions, but only from a safe distance, and preferably with music playing in the background. You're not surprised when the bailiff comes knocking 30 minutes later, sweaty and red-faced. He wants a demonstration. He pants. Not an actual execution, just the motions. With props. For his study of judicial rituals. Oh, you raise an eyebrow. Does he want snacks too? Already ordered. The bailiff says. Not joking, so that's your day. Preparing for a theatrical execution of a non-existent criminal. For a duke who can't stand to see real suffering, but insists on being seen applauding justice. You dig out your cleanest cloak, still smells faintly of old turnip sand, sharpen your ceremonial blade. It's not sharp at all. It's more spoon than sword now. Dulled on purpose, for precisely these farcical performances. You even wipe the dust off the hood. Though you debate wearing it at all, Willem offers to play the part of the condemned. I'll cry dramatically, he says, and fall to my knees with trembling lips. Oh. No one wants to see your trembling lips. You reply, in the end. Jory volunteers. He's curious. And besides, he's the only one you trust not to try and make it a comedy routine. You coach him through the motions, head, bowed, arms behind the back. Solemn, but not too solemn. When the Duke arrives, it's exactly as ridiculous as you imagined. He's dressed in layers of velvet and furs despite the summer heat, flanked by 2 guards who seem bored already. He carries a small dog under one arm and fans himself with a lace handkerchief. The crowd is bigger than usual curiosity, wins every time. They all pretend this isn't a joke, nodding seriously as the Duke murmurs about the gravity of consequence and civic order through visible discipline. Oh. You go through the motions. Raise the axe. Pause for effect. Lower it slowly. Jory gasps on cue and drops to his knees. You tie the ropes loosely and untie them quickly. The whole thing takes 10 minutes. The Duke claps once, as though you've finished a sonata. Very moving, he says. Almost. Authentic. And the boy's posture excellent. Quiver. Bravo. Ein for. He tosses a small coin purse at your feet. It lands with a dull clink. After he leaves, the crowd disperses. most of them laughing quietly into their sleeves. You let them. Sometimes it's easier to mock what you fear. You collect the coins. It's more than your last 3 real jobs combined. Wilhelm suggests you take up full-time theater. Executioner by day. Actor by appointment. We could tour. You ignore him and head home. The next day, you're back to reality. An actual execution. A man charged with arson burned down his neighbor's stable over a land dispute. The fire spread. 2 children died. There's no question this time. No poetry. No debate. You prep the scaffold like you always do. Methodical and quiet. Jory lays out the tools, without being told. He's grown into this job like moss on stone steadily. Silently. Unavoidably, when the condemned is brought forward. The crowd is restless. The mood is heavier than usual. This isn't entertainment. This is reckoning. You keep your eyes on the man's shoulders. Broad. Still. No trembling. You ask the usual, final words. He shakes his head. The swing is clean. The body is taken down quickly. You wipe your blade. Hand the rope to Jory. And step down into a square full of smoke-sour silence. Back at the shack. You find a letter under a stone by your door. The handwriting is elegant. Inside. It reads, "The Duke wishes to invite you to a banquet in honor of your craft." You stare at it. You've been banned from bakeries and taverns. Avoided in alleys. Ignored in temples. And now a banquet? Wilhelm reads over your shoulder and bursts out laughing. "Please tell me we're going. I want to eat something I didn't scrape off a roof beam." Oh, you consider it. Then you burn the letter in the hearth. Jory watches the ashes curl. "Why didn't you want to go?" You shrug. "I'm not for show." That night? You sit on the stoop. Feet up. Watching the stars fight their way through a cloudy sky. Wilhelm snores behind you. Jory's asleep with a whetstone still in his hand. You think about the poet. The boy in the stocks. The woman who hummed as she burned. You think about how the Duke applauded and then rode away. Safe in his velvet world. Historians still argue whether public executions served the people or simply the powerful. But you've seen the truth. Sometimes they're not meant to serve anyone. They're just there. A spectacle. A system. A tradition wrapped around a blade. You sharpen the axe one more time before bed. Not because it's dull, but because the motion soothes you. And you know another name is coming. It always does. There's a rhythm to the crowd on execution days. The morning starts. Slow vendors setting up. Children darting under carts. A few chickens weaving through booted legs like feathered ghosts. Then, as the hour draws near, the people begin to gather, not all at once, in clumps, quiet at first, then louder, laughter here, arguments there, the occasional clink of a dropped coin. But today's different. Today, it's not a crowd, it's an audience. By the time you reach the square, the gallows is already surrounded. The wooden platform, which you helped repair with your own calloused fingers just last week, now looms like a stage. A cart filled with dried fruit is parked dangerously close to the front, and a drunkard is heckling the rope as if it personally wronged him. You glance up at the sky. Overcast. Good. No shadows. No glare. And most importantly, the kind of weather that makes people restless, which means this will be harder. You head up the steps, Willem trailing behind with the tools, and Jory ahead of you, scanning the faces in the crowd like he's memorizing them. He's learned that part already. Know who's watching. Know who might throw something. Know who can't bear to look. Today's condemned is a local, a mill worker. Stabbed his cousin over an inheritance dispute that involved 2 pigs, a quilt, and an argument about whose wife had the straighter teeth. The trial was short, the sentence shorter, and now he's here, barefoot, wrists bound, eyes blazing, not with fear, but defiance. You check the rope. It's solid. You trust your knots more than you trust the law that handed this man to them. The magistrate makes his usual speech long-winded, sanctimonious, full of the usual words: justice, order, consequence. The crowd doesn't care. They've heard this monologue before. What they want is the main act. You raise your voice. By order of the council, let justice be done. The condemned glares at you, breathing hard through his nose. He wants to shout, wants to make his cousin look like the villain. But there's no time. Not here. Not now. You place the blindfold. He doesn't resist. 1 step back. Hand on the lever. The platform drops. The rope holds. The crowd roars, not in joy, not in grief, just in release. Like the tension that built all morning needed somewhere to go. And this was it. You look at them, not all, just a few, and see the usual spread. Some wide-eyed, others bored. A few children watching through their fingers. One woman laughing harder than necessary. It's always this way. Wilhelm begins coiling the rope. Jory wipes down the lever. You step down from the platform and feel the weight of every eye on your back. They never cheer you. They never boo you. They just watch, like it's your only function. Step away. Vanish. Historians still argue whether public executioners were more performer than punisher, whether their job was to terrify or satisfy. You've started to think it's both. Back at your shack, Jory asks the question you've been expecting. Why don't they look at him when it's done? Why do they only look at you? You think for a moment, because it's easier to blame the blade than the hand that swung it. That night, the bailiff sends you a gift. A basket of bread and dried sausage. No note. No coin. Just food. Wrapped in rough cloth. You take it inside. You don't trust it at first. But after a few cautious bites, you admit it's decent. Too salty. But then, what isn't in this life? Wilhelm claims it was sent by a secret admirer, probably the barmaid, the one who has that mole shaped like a dagger. She's got taste. And Jory doesn't say anything, just eats his share, quietly. In the morning, you're asked to speak to the children. Yes. Really. Apparently. The priest thinks it would be educational for the town's youth to hear from a figure of discipline and structure. His words, not yours. You try to refuse. You really do. But somehow, You end up in front of a group of 10 fidgeting children in the churchyard, staring at you like you might sprout horns. One is picking his nose. Another is whispering that you eat souls. You tell them the truth. Don't steal. Don't stab your cousins. Brush your teeth. Don't chase goats through the market. They giggle at the last one. Progress. One of the children, a girl with big eyes and a missing front tooth, raises her hand. Do you get scared? You pose. Sometimes. She nods solemnly, as if she expected this, then offers you a slightly squashed apple. You take it and say thank you. On your way back, Jory asks if you meant it. You nod. You're not human if you never get scared. End quote. At the gallows, you replace a few cracked boards. The last man kicked hard. You test each plank by stomping lightly. The wood groans under your heel. Time for new nails. You make a note. Willem brings you a letter. This one is from the town over. They need an executioner for a festival. A festival, you read it twice. Apparently, they hold a Justice Day each year, where they reenact famous crimes and punishments. This time, they want a real executioner to lend authenticity. They offer good coin, a room, hot food. You decline. You're not a mascot. That evening, a storm rolls in. Thunder shakes the shutters. The rain comes in sideways. You sit by the fire with your tools, wiping them dry, rubbing oil into the axe handle until it shines. Jory reads aloud from a book Wilhelm borrowed from the priest's shelf. It's about saints and their trials. Most end badly. Some are burned. Others beheaded. A few are simply ignored until they vanish. Which one would you rather be? Jory asks. None. You say, but if I had to choose ignored. Oh, Willem groans from the cot. Boring. I'd take beheading. At least there's drama. You all laugh, which is rare enough that you let it linger. The storm howls harder. Water seeps through the doorframe. You place a bucket beneath the drip and settle back into your seat. You think about the crowd, about the ones who watch and forget, the ones who remember too well, the ones who bring their children. You wonder if someday one of them will take your place, if someone will walk onto the scaffold in your boots, pull the lever with steady hands, and wonder what it felt like to be the villain everyone needed and no one thanked. You sharpen the axe one more time, because even when the sky is falling apart outside, the edge still matters. Your boots squelch with each step, soaked from last night's storm and starting to come apart at the seams. You keep walking anyway, up the hill, toward the watchtower, where the bailiff is waving like an over-caffeinated pigeon. He's flanked by 2 guards, both wearing that expression that says someone higher up wants something stupider than usual. You climb the stairs 2 at a time. Your knees protest, of course, and reach the top, where the view spreads wide across the wet fields. Beyond the muddy road sits a cart, stuck axle deep in the muck, surrounded by soldiers. On the cart is a man tied at the wrists, looking profoundly unimpressed by his situation. Out-of-town criminal, the bailiff says. High profile. Execution ordered immediately. You raise an eyebrow. Here? Here. Huh. You glance out again. The man is a foreigner. Clothing trimmed with expensive thread. That's the sort of detail that usually gets people a more private ending. This one, though, is getting the public treatment, which means politics. You hate politics. The execution is to be done today. The bailiff shoves a parchment at you and mumbles something about urgency and discretion. The cart is already creaking into town behind you. Wheels grinding mud and manure with equal enthusiasm. The problem? You don't have the right tool. The axe is away being reforged, finely split after that nobleman with the thick neck 2 weeks ago, and the sword is ceremonial. Shiny, decorative, utterly useless. And yet, you have to make do. Wilhelm has ideas. Naturally, use the old halberd. He says, it's heavy. But if you aim for the neck and don't blink, it might work. Oh? You try not to respond to that. You check the tool rack. There, hidden in the back, like a forgotten ghost, is the old rusted sword. The one from your predecessor. Heavy. Chipped. Dull. But it'll cut. Probably. You run a whetstone over it. Slowly. Knowing it won't make a difference. This job's going to be messy. As the platform fills with onlookers and the sky looms gray and theatrical, you prepare the stage. The condemned man is led up in silence. He walks steadily. Eyes, not blinking. Posture, unbent. When you ask for final words, he stares you down and says, I've done worse things than this town could imagine. And still, it's you who should be ashamed. You take that to mean no blindfold. The blade is awkward. The swing is clumsy. It takes 2 hits. The crowd goes still. There's a moment, hanging in the air like the pause after thunder. When you're not sure what to do, then Willem coughs. Jory tightens the rope. The moment passes. You wipe the blade. No cheers this time. Just silence. Back at your shack. Do you drop the sword like it weighs more than guilt? It clatters to the floor, denting the boards. Jory doesn't say anything. He saw the hesitation. The moment between swing and connect. He saw how your hands shook. William, bless him, has brewed something in the kettle that smells vaguely of meat and herbs. He calls it stew. You call it penance. You both eat anyway. Historians still argue whether executioners were permitted to refuse certain jobs. Some say there were recorded cases of refusals, followed by immediate punishments. Others believe a no was simply not an option. In your case, you've never tried. But today came close. That night, you dream of the foreigner's face, not bloody, just staring. Still staring. The next morning, you find Jory at the gallows early. He's already checked the trapdoor and is sanding the platform edge. His précis. Careful. You watch for a while before stepping forward. Why do you do that? You ask. Splinters. He replies. You grunt. Right. The bailiff sends a message. Someone's complaining about the stains on the execution square. Says the town should invest in more tasteful drainage. You resist the urge to suggest they hire a rain god with better timing. The day is uneventful until the priest arrives at your door. This is a rarity. Usually, they avoid you unless pressed. This one, a young man with thin lips and too much perfume, wants to talk about spiritual consequences. And he talks. You listen. Sort of. He uses words like absolution and cleansing. You nod politely and show him out when he starts asking if he can bless your acts. He flinches at the door. You almost feel bad. Almost. Later, you find Wilhelm standing near the stocks with a loaf of bread and a grin. They're repainting the town hall. He says, "Guess what color?" You wait. Bone white. Ironic? You nod. Deeply. And the day ends quietly. So quietly. You know something's coming, and it does. A knock. Late. Polite. You open the door to a man in fine clothes, holding a sealed envelope. My lord requests your services. He says, which lord? He smiles. One you don't want to refuse. Inside the envelope, a summons. A private execution. Location, undisclosed. Pay, generous. Instructions, bring your own tools. You sigh. The worst jobs always start with vague invitations. You pack that night. The blade, now hastily rehoned. The ropes. The backup rope. Jory insists on coming. You tell him no. He insists again. You relent. The journey begins at dawn. Wilhelm stays behind, with strict instructions not to pawn your cloak. He waves you off like you're going on holiday. The road is long and lined with fog. You travel in silence. The sound of hoofbeats muffled by the mud. The location is a hunting lodge tucked in the hills. Rich wood beams and velvet drapes that smell like old wine and old secrets. You're greeted by a steward with a whispery voice and eyes like marbles. The Lord is indisposed, but the condemned is ready. Who? You're led to a cellar. It's cold, dark, smells like damp stone and remorse. The prisoner is already tied, kneeling, hooded. You pose. Who is it? You ask. The steward tilts his head. A traiteur. That's all you need to know. Oh, you look to Jory. He looks back. Unsure. You raise the blade. The body doesn't resist. 1. Swing. Clean. Silent. No audience. No applause. Just echoes. You're paid in a velvet pouch. Escorted back, without a word. As you leave, Jory asks the question, what if it wasn't justice? You don't answer. You ride home in the dark. Sleep does not visit you that night. It lingers somewhere beyond the reach of your thoughts. Just out of frame, you lie awake on your straw-stuffed mattress. Boots still on, staring at the roof beams as if they might offer answers. They do not. The execution at the lodge replays over and over, not because of what was said, but because of what wasn't. No name, no sentence, no witness. Just the thud of the blade and the soft rustle of coin. In the morning, your body moves before your thoughts do. You rise, wash your hands with water that bites your skin, and check the tools. Jory doesn't speak. He's never been quieter. His boots scuff lightly across the floor, as he sets the sharpening stone on the table and starts rubbing it in slow, steady arcs. Neither of you say it, but you both know that last job didn't sit right. You make tea, or something close to it. Hot water with leaves. It helps. A little. Then, as always, the town wakes up, and with it, your name is once again on the lips of people who try not to meet your gaze. A woman at the market throws a glance your way and mutters a quick prayer. A child pretends to swing an invisible sword as you walk past. A man spits near your boot, but says it was for his tobacco. You've learned to stop reacting. Most days. But today, you feel eyes on you, even when no one is near. Not the kind of eyes that judge those are familiar. These are different. These linger. You chalk it up to nerves. You've had them before. You'll have them again. Back at the scaffold, there's a repair to be done. A support beam has started to rot suspiciously fast. Wilhelm pokes it with a stick and declares, "Sabotage," before sneezing into his own sleeve. You don't laugh. You check the wood carefully. It's splintering in a way that doesn't feel natural. Wet. Yes. Worn. Yes. But also tampered. It's Wilhelm who says it out loud. Someone's trying to make your job harder. Or maybe just messier. You replace the beam. Jory reinforces the trapdoor bolts. You say nothing to the bailiff. Yet, you've learned not to accuse without proof. Or at least without backup. The next morning brings a gift. Left in front of your shack in a neat little basket. A fresh loaf of bread. A single pear. And a note. Scrawled in charcoal. You'll be next if you keep swinging for strangers. You show it to Wilhelm and Jory over breakfast. Wilhelm tries to lighten the mood. They spelled strangers wrong. Classique amateur. Jory doesn't smile. You pocket the note, just in case it comes true. Historians still argue whether executioners in medieval towns were frequently targeted by revenge plots. There are stories daggers in beds, poison in wine, ropes that snapped mid-hanging. But the line between legend and reality blurs, especially in the places where fear and law live too close together. You check the gallows again. Twice this time. You oil the hinges. You test the blade. You eye every bolt with suspicion. The next job is simple. A thief. Pickpocketed 3 noble guests at the Duke's banquet. Tried to sell one of the rings back to the steward's wife. Foolish crime. Sloppy execution. Yours. However, will not be. You stand beside the platform while the magistrate reads the charges in a voice that sounds more bored than outraged. The thief young. Cocky tries to spit on the ground, but ends up sputtering into his own shoulder. He laughs anyway. You tighten the rope. Gently, he doesn't struggle. When the trapdoor falls, it's clean. He yerks once. Then still, you check the knots afterward. Just to be sure. Wilhelm nods from the side. His arms crossed like a judgmental hen. Jory kneels beside the base, tapping the post with his knuckles. That rot's still spreading. Says quietly, "Someone's feeding water to the wood." You stare at him. "Prove it." "Oh." He shrugs. "Working on it." "Oh." That night, Wilhelm insists on keeping watch. I'm not great with swords, he says, but I do snore loud enough to scare intruders. You lay your axe by your bed, not just for dreams. Not tonight. Sleep comes in patches. You drift. Wake. Drift again. In one moment, you're lying under trees, listening to birds. In the next, you're standing at the platform, swinging and the head won't come off and everyone's laughing, and then you wake to a noise, a scrape, wood on wood. You grab the axe and creep to the window. Outside, shadows move. One, maybe two, figures near the scaffold. You nudge Wilhelm awake with your boot. He snorts, then quiets. You both go out together. There's no one at the gallows when you get there. But there was. A fresh gouge in the trapdoor hinge, a patch of damp wood near the support beam, and something left behind a shard of glass. Maybe from a lantern. Or a bottle. Wilhelm picks it up. They weren't here to admire the craftsmanship. You don't speak. You just return to the shack and shut the door and bolt it. Morning brings more noise. A group of townsfolk arguing near the square. Someone claims they saw you tampering with the gallows. A boy swears he saw the headsman with a crowbar. You head out, face the crowd. You say nothing at first. You walk to the platform. You step onto it. And then, loud enough for all to hear, you jump on it. Once. Twice. The wood doesn't give. The trapdoor doesn't budge. Still solid. Still yours. The crowd quiets. You say, I don't break the gallows. I fix them. Every time. Then you leave. You're not sure it helps. That night, Jory sharpens the blade without being asked. Wilhelm double-checks the door locks. You sit by the fire and listen to the wind scrape the shutters. You try not to see the eyes again. The ones from the cellar, from the lodge, from your dreams. You try not to think about the next job, or the note, or the way people looked at you when they heard the word traitor. But most of all, you try not to remember what the foreigner said right before the first swing. You should be ashamed. Because you are. A little. But not enough to stop. Not yet. The next morning, you wake to find that someone has painted a crude skull on your door. It's not well done, more cartoonish than terrifying, but it leaves a clear message. Beneath it, in the same drippy red ink, you hope it's ink. They've scrawled, cursed. And you stare at it for a moment, then open the door and go about your day. This isn't new. There have always been whispers. You know what the children call you when they think you're too far away to hear? The bone man. The noose keeper. The curse. You've lived with it for years. Still. Something about this new round of graffiti feels different. Sharper. Bolder. Like someone isn't just trying to insult you, they're trying to turn the entire town against you. And you're already standing on the edge. Jory sees the door as he brings in firewood. He doesn't comment. Just grabs a rag, wets it in the basin, and starts scrubbing. You don't stop him. The skull smears, then disappears into a pinkish smear. Like regret, diluted in rainwater. Wilhelm offers a cheerfully unhelpful theory. Maybe it's art. Some kind of expression. A local commentary on death culture. How you give him a look that says, "Not today." Willem, the town square is bustling. There's no scheduled execution, but people still gather around the scaffold. It's become a habit now. Like checking the weather. Who's next? Is the rope fresh? Will the axe gleam in the sunlight? Today, you're summoned for judgment, not by the bailiff, not by the duke, but by the people. They don't say it outright, but you feel it. A merchant wife mutters, just loud enough to hear. He killed a man with no trial. Oh, someone else adds. That one at the lodge. Never saw no writ. And the rumors have teeth now. And they've tasted blood. The bailiff calls you into the hall around midday. You enter. Boots squelching from a puddle that refuses to dry. And find him pacing like a man whose nerves are fraying faster than your cloak hem. He doesn't waste time. They're talking. He says, "Too much." Oh, you say nothing. Let him pace. They're saying you've gone rogue, that you took a private execution without council approval. Oh, you finally speak. They ordered it. He waves a hand. No one admits it now. Convenient. Isn't it? You cross your arms. So what do you want? A quiet week. He snaps. No blood. No rope. No flames. Just silence. You nod. Fine. Oh. He leans forward. Voice low. And stay out of sight? Let things settle. You return to the shack and tell Jory. He nods. He's been expecting it. Wilhelm groans like he's just been denied a free pie. So, you stay home. You oil the tools. You repair the bench. You even mend the curtain that flaps too much in the wind. And yet, the town keeps talking. By the second day, the stalks have a new carving etched into the wood. Death lives here. Not even subtle. By the third day, a dead rat is left on your doorstep. Its neck broken. A string tied like a noose around its tiny body. Jory buries it without a word. You try to focus on anything else. You build a bird feeder. You tend to the garden Wilhelm started 3 seasons ago and promptly forgot. The onions are thriving. You almost feel proud. Then, on the 4th day, there's a scream from the alley near the baker's stall. You don't run toward it. You've learned better. You walk. Steady and slow. Letting the town move around you like a wave. There's a body. Not dead, but bleeding. A butcher's boy. Face swollen. Lip split. One eye nearly shut. He's groaning. Barely conscious. You kneel beside him. Ask what happened. He opens one eye and whispers, "They thought I was you." Hi. He's your size. Wore a dark hood that morning. Just walking to work. Mistaken identity. Or a warning. You carry him to the healer's hut yourself. The healer, a man with shaking hands and eyes too old for his facinods when he sees you, says nothing. He just gets to work. Jory meets you at the door. This town, he says, is forgetting. Oh, you nod. It always does. You spend that night writing. You don't do it often. But when the words get too loud in your head, you carve them out on paper. One sentence over and over. I was ordered to do it. It doesn't help. In the morning, the blacksmith refuses to sell you nails. You're a bad omen, he says. My son's got a fever. You offer coin. He doesn't take it. Willem goes instead. Returns, with a small sack of nails and a bloody nose. Negotiations. He says, grinning through it, you reinforce the platform anyway. Because work, even thankless, even invisible, is still work. That evening, a girl knocks on your door. She's maybe 12. Eyes too large for her face. She's holding something wrapped in cloth. You open it. It's a drawing. Again, this one's you. Standing on the scaffold. But instead of an axe, you're holding a flower. Underneath, in shaky handwriting, maybe he's not so bad. You don't cry, but you come close. You tape the drawing to the wall. Beside the sharpening bench, Jory sees it the next morning and just nods. The week passes slowly. No executions. No floggings. Just long days of repairs. Avoidance. And muttered curses in your direction. The silence isn't peace. It's a pause before the crowd's next breath. On the 7th day, the bailiff returns. You're back on the list. He says, clean job. Standard procedure. No nobles. No secrets. You ask, what changed? He shrugs. Someone more hated than you came along. You don't ask who. You just pick up the axe, wrap it in cloth, and sit by the fire that night, watching the blade reflect the flicker of light. The townspeople don't need a hero. They need a monster they can point at and say, there, that's the one. That's why this world is cruel. And so long as you're sharp, they don't have to look too close at the rope in their own hands. The morning sun filters through your warped shutters, casting crooked lines across the floorboards like a cage made of light. It's warm for once. Deceptively so. The kind of early spring day that makes the townsfolk optimistic and plants peek out of the soil, only to be promptly crushed by a late frost. You lace your boots slowly, listening to Wilhelm and Jory argue about something outside likely pigeons again. They've made a game of it, naming them, bribing them with breadcrumbs, and accusing each other when one vanishes. You almost miss it. The knock on the door is soft, hesitant, like someone testing the idea of asking for your help before committing fully to the crime of speaking to you. You open it to find a man in a priest's robinot, the perfumed one from earlier, but an older one, cloaked in simple linen, face weathered and eyes sunk deep into shadow. May I speak with you? He asks. Voice low, but not trembling. You nod and step aside. Enters. Looks around your shack, like he's surprised it doesn't smell of brimstone. Then sits across from you without waiting to be invited. Jory ducks inside. Silent. Sensing something out of place. Willem, for once, stays outside, still muttering about winged thieves. "I've come," the priest says, "because I've been instructed to remind you of something you already know. Hokri. You wait, that your soul is not beyond repair, but it does require more than a sharp blade and punctuality. Of. You say nothing, he continues. You must seek absolution. Oh. You stare at him. From you? No. He says. From yourself. Hi. That part hits harder than you expect. You pour tea. Mostly to have something to do with your hands. He accepts a cup and sips it, politely pretending not to notice the faint taste of rust. He finally sets it down and gets to the point. There's a noble coming. From the northern reaches, traveling through. He's requested a formal, ceremonial punishment for his retainer. A priest must attend. I've been asked to be present. Ard, you raise an eyebrow. Is this a real punishment? The priest sighs. It's a pageant. But the accused has committed a real sin. A quiet one. Hidden. Not illegal. But shameful. You nod slowly. You know the type. You've seen them. Punishment as performance. Confession as pageantry. Redemption borrowed like a nice cloak. Just for the evening. The execution is scheduled for the next day. You clean your tools. This time with extra care. Not because they need it, but because the priest's words have left splinters of thought under your skin. And scrubbing metal is easier than addressing your conscience. Wilhelm helps you sand down the new platform board. Whistling tunelessly, Jory prepares the cuffs and tests the trapdoor 3 times. You all work in silence. A harmony of motion that doesn't need words. The noble arrives just past noon, surrounded by servants who smell like mint and wear shoes, too clean for this town. He dismounts and strolls to the scaffold, like a man visiting an art gallery. Not the site of an execution. You're introduced to the accusida retainer. Pale and tight-lipped. He doesn't speak, just nods at everything, including his sentence. You suspect he's been told that dying here will be easier than living somewhere else. The priest says his blessing in a flat voice. The noble barely watches. You do your job. 1 swing. Done. Later. You're paid in coin and silence, but the priest stays behind. He watches you wipe the blade. Then says, "Do you believe in mercy?" You pose. "Not for myself." "Oh." He nods once, as if that was the answer he expected. Before he leaves, he says something strange. The body forgets mercy long before the soul does. Oh. You write that down later, not because you understand it fully, but because it feels like something you might. One day, the next day is supposed to be quiet, but it isn't. There's another summons. A body found near the church. Throat cut. A beggar. No one important by the town's standards. But the manner of death is precise. Clean. Too clean. You're questioned. Of course. You expected it. You're always the first name whispered when a blade is involved. The bailiff visits. Looking uncomfortable. As if he'd rather be confronting a plague than confronting you. You didn't, he starts. No. Unquote. Any alibis? You glance at Jory and Wilhelm. They both nod. We were playing dice. Willem says. I lost 3 times. End quote. 4. Jory corrects. The bailiff sighs. People will still talk. And 40. You nod. They always do. The body is buried quickly. Without ceremony. No one wants to admit a killer may be among them who doesn't wear the official cloak. That evening, Wilhelm carves a new charm and hangs it above the door. It's a crude wooden disc with a face drawn on it. A crooked smile carved in haste to ward off bad luck, he says. And, apparently, my mother-in-law. You don't argue. You lie awake again. The priest's words echoing. The body forgets mercy long before the soul does. You wonder if your soul has forgotten entirely, or if it's just hiding, waiting for the world to quiet long enough to speak. Jory speaks the next morning. Voice soft. Do you ever wish you'd said no? The first time? You think about that. Hard. Then say, no one gets to say no forever. Oh, he nods. Later. You catch him staring at his own hands. He flexes his fingers slowly, as if testing how they'll feel around a handle. You don't interrupt. That night, the clergy send word. There will be a public cleansing ceremony. Not for you. Of course. For the town. After the murder. They want to reset the spirit. You're not invited. But you're expected to stand on the edge. To be visible. Present. A reminder. So you do. You watch as the townspeople march with candles, champrieur, and sprinkle salt on the steps of the courthouse. You hear your name once, muted, but there. The priest gives you a long look as he passes. Not anger, not forgiveness, just recognition. You stand until the last candle burns low. Then walk home. The moon is full. The wind is quiet. And for once, no one throws anything at your door. You take it as a win. You spend the next morning patching the roof, balancing awkwardly between loose tiles and rotting beams, hoping this time you won't fall through and land in the stew pot again. Wilhelm steadies the ladder with one hand and munches an onion with the other, which feels like a metaphor for your entire life. Careful, he says, through a mouthful. If you die fixing the roof, I get your axe. End of 6. No? You get my debts. You grunt, shifting your weight. The axe goes to Jory. Below. Jory pauses from splitting kindling, clearly surprised. He glances up, hesitant. I thought it went to the next official headsman? You smile thinly. Exactly. Oh, it's been 2 weeks since the last official job. Too long. Dry weeks with no writs. No gallows orders. No torchlight visits from the bailiff. And you'd think that would be a relief. But instead, the quiet makes your teeth itch. There's a tension in town. Not the kind that builds up to a festival or even a storm. It's heavier than that. Quieter, like a rumor. No one wants to say aloud. People walk faster past your shack now. The chestnut boy, who once dared to offer you snacks, crosses the road entirely. The blacksmith whistles too loudly whenever you're near, pretending not to notice you. Even the stray dog that used to nap on your stoop has moved on. You're not being punished. You're being erased. And strangely, that stings worse. Wilhelm suggests you throw a party. Invite the townsfolk. Bake something. Show them you're more than just a man in a hood. You look at him for a long time. You think cake erases the rope. He shrugs. If it's a good cake. Instead, you tend to your tools. You clean the iron pot that hasn't boiled blood in weeks. You replace the rope on the hoist. Not because it's needed, but because it gives your hands something to do. Jory spends more time in the woods these days. He's taken to foraging mushrooms. Mostly. He says it calms him. You know the truth. He's waiting to breathe somewhere he isn't seen as your shadow. One afternoon, you find him near the tree line, sitting with a girl his age. She's laughing. He's smiling in that awkward way boys do when they're not sure if they're allowed to be happy. You turn and walk away before he sees you. Let him have that. Just for now. The next morning, the magistrate appears. Not in person. He'd never lower himself that far. But his clerk arrives with a new scroll. Sealed and grim, à double exécution. Brothers. Bandits. Allegedly. Caught robbing travelers near the river and leaving behind bodies stripped to their boots. The order is clear. Public hanging. Noon. 2 ropes. You set to work. The gallows haven't seen use in weeks. And though the structure is solid, the air around it feels brittle, like something waiting to crack. Willem hums as he lays out the ropes. Jory oils the trapdoor bolts in silence. When the time comes, the crowd gathers in thick layers. They're restless, hungry for something. Not justice, just spectacle. The 2 men are dragged forward, both cursing, both bleeding from fresh wounds. One spits at a guard. The other laughs so hard he nearly topples over. You offer no blindfolds. They refuse anyway. You say the words, "By order of the council, let justice be done." The ropes tighten. The trapdoor drops. They don't declean. Ona kicks. The other gurgles. You knew it might happen. Thick necks. Poor drop. But you didn't have time to adjust the measurements. The town wanted haste, not precision. The crowd flinches. A woman screams. A child throws up into a bucket. You stand still. Because someone has to. When it's over, the bodies are cut down. The crowd disperses with the hum of quiet guilt. You can smell it on them. Shame disguised as small talk. Back at the shack, you scrub the ropes with vinegar, trying to get the smell out. Jory says nothing. Wilhelm is oddly quiet. You don't sleep that night. You sit by the fire, staring at the axe. It hasn't been swung in weeks. And yet you feel heavier than ever. Historians still argue whether executioners were truly isolated by their work, or if they became isolated because the people needed them to be. Like a lightning rod, a necessary exile, someone who carried what the rest couldn't bear. You know which side you're on? The next day, someone throws a stone at your window. It doesn't break the glass, but it leaves a mark. You find it on the sill, wrapped in paper. One word. Monster. Wilhelm wants to track them down. Hang them by their shoelaces, and see how brave they feel then. You shake your head. They're not wrong. Jory frowns. Yes. They are. But you don't answer. Because some days. You wonder too. That evening. You go out walking. Not toward the town, not toward the gallows. Into the woods. The trees are thick with fog. The ground soft underfoot. You find a quiet glade. Sit on a stone. And close your eyes. For the first time in weeks, the noise stops. No muttering. No scraping tools. No wind whispering insults through your eaves. Just quiet. You think about the first man you killed. You were young. Shaking. He was older. Smiling. Called you boy. Until the blade came down. He didn't scream. Just stopped. You remember every part of that day. Except his name. When you return, Jory is waiting on the stoop. He hands you a pooch. Inside, dried mushrooms, and a tiny note. You're still a man. Even if they forget, you sit beside him. Neither of you speaks. The stars appear, one by one, like the sky remembering itself. And for the first time in a long time, you feel something you don't recognize. Not peace. Not redemption, but maybe the edge of both. By the time you wake, the frost has crept back. It's late spring. Yet the ground crunches beneath your boots, as if winter simply forgot it was supposed to leave. You trudge out to check the gallows, breathing steam, your joints complaining in the cold. The scaffold is slick with dew, but otherwise intact. The last repairs held, at least. The rope needs changing. Again it frayed during the double hanging. Strands twisting in ways that whisper carelessness, but you'd already prepared for that. You always do. The axe rests where it should, silent and gleaming, and you give it a once-over, just in case. The sky overhead is cloudless. Out of sight. Almost theatrical. Which, naturally, means something is about to go wrong. By mid-morning, word reaches you of a new sentence. Not a thief, or a bandit, or a backroom killer. This time, it's a priest. Not the quiet one who asked about your soul, but a different one he allowed. Barrel-chested man from the Western Chapel, known for his rants on sin and salvation. Apparently, he was caught pocketing tithes, meant for widows and orphans, hiding them in a hollowed-out altar cross. The town is scandalized, but also strangely amused. You hear one merchant say, "At least he finally gave us a sermon worth listening to." Another jokes that he always seemed too clean to be holy. Now he's just as filthy as the rest. The order is for a public flogging. A show, not a killing. But the council wants you to perform it anyway. Tradition, they say. Authority, they say. And you know what they mean. The people trust the hands that punish them when they can see the blood on the cuffs. You've flogged men before. Not often. It's a rare punishment. Saved for those whose sin is shame rather than danger. There's an art to it. Or so they claim. You don't believe in art. You believe in rope. In weight. In the limits of human skin. And how close you can bring a man to breaking without shattering him entirely. The priest arrives at noon, escorted not by guards, but by clergy. His hands are bound in front, not behind. He walks like a man still holding onto dignity by the fingernails. The square is already full. They've come to watch. Of course they have. They'll say they're here for justice. But their eyes are too hungry. Their mouths too eager for gossip. Some clutch prayer beads, as if this spectacle might be holy. You tie him to the post yourself, not roughly, but not gently either. He doesn't meet your eyes. Instead, he whispers something under his breath. You wonder if it's a curse, or a prayer, or both. The first strike draws a gasp not from him, but from the crowd. It's the sound of something they didn't expect, the reality of pain. Real pain, not whispered about, not rumored in the dark, but raw and echoing in the space between bricks. He grunts at the second blow, winces at the third. By the seventh, he sags forward, ropes holding him up. You pose. It's not mercy. It's calculation. Too fast, and they'll call it cruelty. Too slow, and they'll call it theater. You space the lashes out. 10. Then 15. The final count is 20. You untee him yourself. He doesn't collapse. He just straightens. Slowly. Then walks into the church, alone. No applause. No years. Just silence. The square empties quickly after that. People shuffle away, clutching their coats, muttering about humility, about sin, about how no one's too holy to bleed. Wilhelm meets you at the edge of the square, chewing something that might be a root or might be the world's saddest carrot. Didn't blink once, he says. I respect that. Jory says nothing, just hands you a damp cloth. You wipe your hands and realize they're shaking. Not from the effort, from something colder. That night, you can't sleep again. You sit by the hearth, staring at the coals. You remember the sound of the priest's breath catching on the sixth strike, the way the rope cut into his sleeves. You remember wondering, briefly, if he was guilty, if it mattered. Historians still argue whether punishments like flogging were meant to correct behavior or simply display the illusion of control, whether they brought real repentance or just gave the public a way to pretend society was clean again. You suspect it's neither. It's just a ritual, a price paid in flesh so others can sleep easier. 3 days later, a note arrives, unsealed, scrawled in a shaky hand. I forgive you. It says, that's all. No name. But you know who sent it? You don't reply. Instead, you find yourself walking the long road toward the burial hill. Not for a job, not for ceremony, just walking. At the top, you sit. The town stretches out below, quiet and still. The scaffold is a dot in the square. From this distance, it could be anything: a well, a statue, a tree. You sit there a long time, until the sun dips low and the wind rises. And then, without really deciding to, you speak aloud, not to anyone, just to the hill. Maybe, or the dead. I didn't want this job. The wind doesn't answer, but I do it well. That, at least, is true. You stay until it's nearly dark. Then head home. The next day, the council announces a festival to celebrate the turning of the season, to lift the spirits. There will be music, food, and because they've decided it's good for Moralia mock trial, complete with a fake criminal and a comedic execution, the crowd will laugh. The noble will nod. You will play your part. You are, after all, the official evangelist. Jory groans when he hears. Is nothing sacred? Wilhelm, of course, is delighted. I'll play the condemned. I've been rehearsing a dramatic death fall. Lots of flair. You try to object. Then Zai. Fine. The festival arrives like a sudden storm. Color everywhere. Bunting hangs from buildings. Children run wild with sticky hands. And music blares from instruments that haven't been tuned in years. You dress for the occasion. Not the black cloak too grim. Instead, a red vest over your tunic. The kind you wore years ago at a noble's wedding. You haven't smiled yet. You don't plan to. Wilhelm takes the stage in full glory, flailing his arms as he's sentenced for stealing a loaf of invisible bread. The crowd laughs. They boo. They cheer when you raise the fake axe. You bring it down in slow motion. Willem collapses with a groan, twitching dramatically. The crowd erupts. You step back. Let the mayor take the stage and hand out pastries. You lean against the post. Jory stands beside you. Quietly. He murmurs. Do you think it helps? You glance at the laughing crowd. Helps them? Maybe. And you? You don't answer. You just watch the sun slide down the rooftops and try not to think about how easy it is to smile when the axe is made of wood. The festival's joy fades fast. Within 2 days, the color bleeds from the streets. The bunting droops in the rain, and the pastry crumbs are swept away by bored apprentices with stiff brooms and colder eyes. The town exhales relieved. Perhaps that they've remembered how to laugh, but also exhausted. Celebration always costs more than it gives. You return to your regular clothes, back in black wool and silence, and you feel the eyes settle on you again. The familiar weight, like a wet cloak that never quite dries. People nod, but not with warmth. They nod like you're a necessary post in the middle of a field-a thing to walk around. Not through. Willem's performance is all anyone talks about. The way he died with his tongue out like that, a butcher says, between chuckles, almost made me forget he sells me overpriced onions. You smile faintly. At least someone got something out of it. Wilhelm doesn't gloat much, though he does begin practicing alternate death poses around the shack. To Jory's visible dismay, one day he topples dramatically across your tool chest and knocks the whetstone to the floor. That one's called Tragic Collapse with Flair, he announces proudly. You tell him if he breaks the stone again, you'll test the real axe on his acting career. He laughs. Jory doesn't. The next week begins with a summons. A formal one, this time council seal. Ribboned edge. The whole fuss. Another execution. Nobility. Adjacent. A merchant lord's son. Caught poisoning. A rival's miller's. A foud stretching back decadus. Finally boiled over with spoiled bread and 3 dead apprentices. It's the kind of crime that only gets punished When enough money is wasted, you're not surprised. The boy's young, not more than 19. Tall, soft-palmed, hair combed like someone still believes he'll be forgiven. He's already written 3 letters of apology, one of which ends with the phrase, "I didn't know mold could kill people that quickly." The magistrate doesn't find it funny. You do. A little, but only because you know he's lying. There's a look in his eye, the kind of cold calculation that only shows up in boys who've never been told no. Oh, the execution is ordered for sunset. Ceremonial. Dignified. Private. The town is not invited. But the family is. You've had those before. They cry in advance. Or sometimes they laugh, as if they can't quite believe the law applies to their own blood. This time, the merchant lord does neither. He arrives dressed in mourning black, jaw tight, hands folded like bricks. He watches the platform with dry eyes and clenched teeth. The boy is silent until the rope is tied. Then, suddenly, he begins to speak. Apologies at first, then blame, then weeping. Loud, theatrical, sobs. You let him finish. You always do. Then you check the knot, pull the lever, and listen for the silence that comes after the drop. The family leaves before the body is cut down. The father doesn't look back. You do. You always do. Wilhelm says nothing on the walk back. Not even a joke. That's how you know it got to him. Jory carries the coil of rope. Careful not to let the end drag. He seems older today, like something's starting to settle behind his eyes. That night, you find yourself sitting at the table, hands still dirty, staring at the flame of a single candle like it holds some kind of answer. Wilhelm eventually breaks the quiet. "Do you ever wonder," he asks, "if you'd be doing this even if you hadn't been chosen?" You raise an eyebrow. "You think I wanted this?" "No," he says, chewing on a bit of dried pear. "But maybe you were always going to end up here. Some people are just too made for it." You don't respond, because maybe, in some sick way, he's right. Historians still argue whether executioners were selected for their temperament or their convenience. Whether a cruel man made a better headsmanner, just a quieter one. You weren't cruel when you started. Just quiet. Maybe that was all they needed. You sleep badly. Dream of knots unraveling. Of voices whispering names you don't remember. Of stepping onto the scaffold and finding the rope looped around your own neck. The next day, a letter arrives. Anonymous. Just one sentence. How many more will it take to fill you? It rattles you more than it should. You burn it without reading it twice. But the words stay, echoing. That afternoon, Jory asks if he can go to the city. Just for a few days. "A friend invited me," he says. "I think I need to see what it's like somewhere else." You nod. Of course you do. He's earned that, but when he walks off down the path with a small satchel and a quiet wave, it feels like something is tearing gently, but irreversibly. The shack is too quiet without him. Wilhelm tries to make up for it by talking constantly, narrating everything from firewood arrangement to the history of spoons. You let him. It helps. A little. 3 days later, the bailiff returns. Not with a job, with a question. "Do you know who's been writing the letters?" You blink? There's more, he nods. One was found nailed to the church door. Another shoved under the magistrate's pillow. All the same hand. You shake your head. Not mine. Didn't think so. He mutters. But the council's spooked. Keep your eyes open. You're always watching. That's the problem. You see things no one wants to admit are real. You find the next note before anyone else. Tucked under the gallows steps. Short. He who serves the rope must someday swing by it. You don't show this one to the bailiff. You don't know why. That evening, Wilhelm brings out a bottle he's been saving. For when we survive another year, he says. You sit by the fire and drink quietly. He falls asleep mid-story. You stay awake, staring at the glowing embers, listening to the wind rattle the shutters, wondering if the rope will ever turn your way, if one day the town will decide it's tired of looking at your face, if they'll send a new man in black to tie the knots you taught them. You imagine yourself stepping up to the platform, not in fear, but in calm, knowing you built the wood, wove the rope, sharpened the blade, and when it falls, when the drop comes, you won't scream. You'll just vanish. It begins with smoke, not thick and black like a house fire. Butte, pâle, winding. Acrida, curling signal, rising just past the chapel rooftops. By the time you reach the square, a crowd's already formed. They part as you approach. Instinctively, uneasily. At the center stands the apothecary's shed. Its wooden walls scorched, and its roof partially collapsed. The door hangs from one hinge. You see what's left of the shelves, inside shattered jars. Scorched herbs. Books turned to ash. The apothecary himself, a thin man with trembling hands and a thick accent, stands by what used to be his livelihood, staring at the ruin. He's shaking, not from the cold, but from the eyes around him. They don't say it out loud. Not yet. But you can feel it. Witchcraft. Treason. Poison. They're looking for a reason. And soon, they'll need someone to pay for it. Wilhelm appears at your shoulder, whispering. They'll blame him. It's easier than rebuilding. You nod. Slow and grim. You've seen it before. Fire becomes fear, and fear becomes blood. That night, the town council holds a quiet meeting. No public minutes, no posted agenda, just a decision. The apothecary is to be tried for reckless endangerment of sacred property, which, translated from their bureaucratic Latin, we means we're not sure what happened, but we need to punish someone quickly. The trial is scheduled for the next afternoon. You're not invited to attend, but you're told to be ready, just in case, says the bailiff, scratching at the collar of his too-stiff coat. You prepare the rope anyway. Oil the trapdoor hinges. Sand the beam where it splintered last time. You tell Jory who's just returned, sunburned, and carrying stories of cities that don't smell like boiled cabbage, that he can sit this one out. He nods, but lingers nearby anyway. When the sentence comes down, execution by hanging, of course you're not surprised. What is surprising is how quickly they ask you to do it. No 3-day wait. No appeals. Just a name, a location, and a deadline, dawn. Not even the decency of a noontide crowd. You find the apothecary in a makeshift cell near the grain mill. His face is swollen from lack of sleep, and his clothes still smell faintly of smoke. He doesn't plead. He doesn't cry. He simply asks, "Did you ever believe in healing?" The question catches you off guard. "Once." You answer? He nods. "Then you'll know I didn't do it." You don't reply. Not because you think he's lying, but because it doesn't matter. The rope doesn't care who lit the fire. It only knows the weight it's asked to carry. At dawn, the scaffold stands empty except for you, the prisoner, and one clerk sent to verify the deed. The sun hasn't cleared the rooftops. The birds haven't started their chorus. You tie the knot as gently as you can. The apothecary's hands are cold, but steady, before the drop. He whispers, something so soft you can't quite hear. You lean in closer, and he says it again. "I forgive them. Even you." You pull the lever. The body falls. The rope snaps tight. You stare longer than usual before cutting him down. Back at the shack, Jory says nothing. Wilhelm's out collecting dry moss, for reasons only he understands. You clean the noose slowly. Finger stiff. There's no crowd. No justice. Just silence. Historians still argue whether executioners bore responsibility for unjust verdicts, or if they were merely extensions of the court. But when your hands are the last touch a man feels, it's hard not to wonder whose guilt sticks longer. That evening, someone leaves a pouch of herbs on your step, carefully tied, cleanly dried, the kind the apothecary used to give for sleep. You don't know who left it. You don't touch it. 3 days later, a woman goes missing. A shepherd's wife. Disappeared on her way to market. The whispers start immediately. Not about hair about you. Wasn't he nearby that morning? Didn't he say something about the hills last week? Maybe he's unraveling. You find out when a boy throws a rock at your back and runs off screaming. You turn, watch him vanish, then return home. You don't tell anyone. Not this time. The next morning, the bailiff shows up again. No executions today, he says, smiling as if that's a gift. But the council would like a favor. You stare. He continues. They're asking you to escort the visiting bishop during his rounds. You blink. Why me? Because, the bailiff says with forced cheer, you're intimidating. And nobody interrupts a conversation when the headsman's standing nearby. You almost laugh. Almost. So you walk the town with the bishop, a man with gold-trimmed robes and soft, pink fingers. He talks non-stop about sin, about virtue, about how executions are tragic necessities in a fallen world. You nod where you're supposed to. But he notices when your gaze lingers on the cracks in the church wall, or the bruises on a beggar's wrist. You've seen too much. Ez says quietly, no one should carry that. You don't disagree. But when he asks if you'll pray with him, you say no. He doesn't press, just blesses you and moves on. That night, the townsfolk gather in the square not for punishment, but for a sermon. The bishop preaches under torchlight, voice ringing out about redemption, about second chances. You stand in the back, arms crossed. When he finishes, a few people clap. Others drift away. No one looks at you. Jory finds you leaning against the stalks. You believe in redemption, he asks. You shrug. Not for me. What about me? You haven't done anything yet? You reply. He thinks about that. Then says, but I might. Someday. You pat his shoulder? Then you'll come talk to me before you do. He nods. The quiet stretches between you. Then Wilhelm appears, clutching a basket. I found the missing woman, he announces dramatically. She was asleep in the cow barn. Drank too much blackberry wine and thought it was her house. You raise an eyebrow. Alive? Snoring like a church bell. He grins. Guess that clears your name for the week. You sigh. Thanks. Don't thank me yet, he says, pulling out a jar. I brought wine. No? Too late. He opens it. You sit on the steps of the scaffold. Sipping foul. Warm wine. Watching stars blink through the smoke-dimmed sky. It's quiet. Peaceful. Almost enough. Almost. You wake to rain. Not a drizzle. Not a passing mist. But a full, relentless, cold slap of sky water, soaking everything before you can even reach for your boots. The roof leaks in 3 new places. One drip lands squarely in your breakfast bowl. Jory curses under his breath. Willem, as usual, finds it charming. It's the heavens crying, he says, lifting a bucket to catch the drips. Probably about that wine I served. You're not laughing. The gallows creak in the distance, moaning under the weight of wet rope and swollen wood. You'll need to check it. Again. You always do. It's the only thing in this town more tired than you. There's no official order today. But that doesn't mean peace. Rain turns streets into muck. And muck turns tempers short. By mid-morning, 2 fights break out in the square-own between a baker and a customer over a moldy loaf. The other, between a pair of stable boys flinging horse dung at each other like it's a joust. You watch both from under your hood. No one notices. Or maybe they pretend not to. That suits you just fine. Then, just after noon, the call comes. Not from the council. From the abbey. A nun stands at your door. Soaked to the bone. Her habit clinging like second skin. She says only one thing. The bishop needs to speak with you. Alone. You follow her through the storm. Boots sucking in the mud. The abbey looms at the edge of town. Gray and grim against the dark sky. Inside, the bishop waits. Standing before a wall of candles, like some theatrical ghost. He gestures for you to sit. You don't. He doesn't mind. I've been asked to leave, he says calmly. Apparently, I've stirred too many thoughts. And fear makes for poor company. You nod once. You already guessed. This town wasn't going to tolerate sermons about forgiveness for long. But before I go, he continues, I want to ask you something. A question I've never asked a headsman before. You raise your brow slightly. Do you remember their names? He lets the words hang. They're not cruel. They're not even probing. Just curious. You think for a moment. Then shake your head. Not most of them. But some? A few? Why? You exhale? Because they looked at me. Oh, he's quiet a long time. Then he reaches into his sleeve and pulls out a parchment. There's a man arriving tomorrow. He says, he's not from here. A heretic. They say, but he's not dangerous. Just loud. The council wants him dead quickly. No. Trial. No crowd. They're afraid he'll talk. He hands you the parchment. It's not an order. It's a plea. Don't do it. He says simply, or at least, let him speak. You return to the shack in silence. Wilhelm's brewing something foul-smelling, and Jory's fixing the axe handle again, sanding it smooth. Neither asks where you've been. You don't tell them. That night, you don't sleep. You read the parchment again and again. There's no name on it, just a time and a location. The quarry. You arrive early. The quarry's always quiet this time of morning. Gray stone, slick from rain. Walls too steep for echoes. The man is already there, sitting calmly. Wrists bound. He's younger than you expected. Barefoot. Mud splattered. Smiling. You're the one who ends things. He says cheerfully, I've heard stories. You say nothing? He doesn't flinch. It's a strange town. He continues, so scared of words they'd rather use ropes than ears. You glance at him. You here to convert me? No. He says, just to see if you'll listen. So you do. You let him speak. Not because you expect him to change anything, but because the bishop asked, because he reminds you, faintly, of someone you used to be, or wanted to be. He talks about mercy, about justice, about how every scaffold is just a lesson no one wants to learn. He doesn't cry. He doesn't beg. He tells one joke. Badly. You chuckle. Once. Then you stand. They'll ask if I did it. He nods. And you? I'll say you were gone when I got there. He grins. Not very original. It's enough. You cut the ropes around his wrists and tell him which trail leads out of town. You don't watch him go. When you return, the council already knows. The bailiff greets you with arms crossed and a face like curdled milk. What happened? No one was there. You sure? I was the only one looking. He studies you, then sighs. We'll handle it. You nod and walk past him. You can feel it. The line's been crossed. And now, the scaffold might turn inward. That night, Jory finds you outside, sitting in the rain. You let him go? He asks. You nod. Why? Because not every rope deserves weight. He sits beside you. Rain soaks both of you. Neither moves. The next day, no one mentions the escape, but people look at you longer. Some with confusion. A few with something close to respect. That's worse. You were easier to hate. Safer. Even. The bailiff avoids you. The council sends no messages. It's as if they're waiting for the weather to decide what to do with you. Wilhelm gives you a gift. It's small. Wooden. Another charm. This one carved like a key. To whatever door you want. He says, you hang it by the window. A week pass. No jobs. No punishments. The scaffold goes unused. You keep the rope clean anyway. Out of habit. Jory spends his days fixing things that don't need fixing. You let him. You stop sleeping well. Each night. You wait for the knock. For the scroll. For the rope to point back your way. But it doesn't come. Not yet. Then, one evening, as the wind picks up and the fire flickers low, you find another note. On your bed this time, not in your own hand. 3 words. You're not done. How? It's unsigned. You burn it in the hearth and watch the ash curl upward. You sit by the fire long after it's out, feeling the cold creep in, not from the window, from inside. The cold doesn't break. Spring has come and gone, supposedly, but the wind keeps chewing through your shutters like a beast that missed its hibernation. The floor creaks louder than usual when you step onto it each morning, like even the shack is complaining. You're not sleeping, not really, just resting your eyes, in short. Jittery bursts between long stretches of staring at the ceiling, waiting for something to go wrong. When the knock finally comes, it's almost a relief. A courier, soaking wet and scowling, hands you a scroll sealed with black wax. You open it slowly, already guessing what it contains. You're wrong. It's not an order. It's an invitation. There's to be a tribunal, not a trial, not a sentence. A review of your actions, your record, your alignment with community values. Whatever that means. You're to present yourself before the town council in 3 days. No weapons. No cloak. Just you. The way normal people attend church or pay taxes. You read the scroll 3 times before setting it down. Wilhelm walks in mid-frown and picks it up. A tribunal? He says, squinting. They're judging you now? Looks like it. You say, and try to sound like you don't care. Jory leans in from the kitchen. What do they even want to ask? You shrug. Probably why I let the heretic go, or why you haven't cried in public since 1371. Willem mutters. You ignore him. Mostly, you spend the next day cleaning your tools. It's pointless. No one asked you to bring them, but you need something to focus on. The gallows stand empty. Not condemned. Not ignored, just waiting. They always wait. Like everything else in this town, you oil the pulleys. Not because they need it, but because it gives your hands something to do. Wilhelm offers to go in your place, wearing your cloak and mumbling grim things about justice. Jory politely tells him to shut up. When the day arrives, you wear plain clothes. Nothing dramatic. Nothing black. Just a tunic. A belt. Boots that creak from age. You leave your tools behind. As you walk through town, people part without realizing they're doing it. Some nod. Some look away. One old woman mutters a prayer under her breath as you pass. You keep walking. The council chamber is cold and quiet. 7 seats at the front, raised high enough to look theatrical. The magistrate sits in the middle, flanked by the usual suspects, the bailiff, 2 merchants, a retired knight, the priest, and the woman who manages grain taxes with the disposition of a stone gargoyle. You stand on the floor beneath them, alone, no advocate, no script, just the weight of your boots on the stone. The magistrate opens with pleasantries, which feel like a trap. We appreciate your service, he says. You've maintained order in difficult times. You nod. He continues. But concerns have arisen. About conduct. About judgment. The priest clears his throat. There's a question of morality, of consistency. When a man holds the power to take life, he must be held to a higher standard. You raise your chin. Whose standard? They don't like that. The bailiff shifts awkwardly. You let a prisoner go? I did. You say, why? Because the sentence was cowardice wearing a wig. The retired knight chuckles under his breath. The others do not. The grain woman glares. You disobeyed a direct order? I used my judgment. You answer, was that not why I was chosen? There's a pause. They hate that you're not denying anything. They'd rather you begged. The merchant leans forward. Do you enjoy it? He asks. Suddenly, your work? It's not a fair question. But you answer anyway. I don't enjoy it. But I do it right. The room falls still. Historians still argue whether medieval executioners viewed themselves as moral actors or mere instruments. Whether they believed in justice or just followed the script handed to them by those who feared getting their own hands dirty. You've never seen much of a difference. You do the job. You do it clean. You carry the weight others pay to avoid. The magistrate finally speaks again. We could replace you. You nod. You could? Why shouldn't we? Because no one else will carry it this quietly. Another silence. Then the priest murmurs. That may be the most honest answer I've ever heard here. The magistrate sighs. This tribunal finds no grounds for dismissal. But consider this your warning. Your rope is shorter than you think. You don't flinch. You don't bow. You just turn and walk out. Outside. The town feels different. Not colder, just observed. Like the houses are squinting at you. You head home without speaking to anyone. At the shack. Jory's waiting. So is Wilhelm. You close the door behind you. They're keeping me. You say, of course they are. Wilhelm mutters, you're the only one who knows how to tie a square knot. Jory looks relieved. But only slightly. You pour a drink. Sit down. And stare at the fire. They said I have a short rope. Better than no rope at all. Wilhelm says, you're not sure. That night, you dream again. Not of gallows. Not of screams. Of silence. A field. Flat and windless. And your tools buried in the earth, like seeds. You're alone. But not afraid. Just tired. When you wake, it's still raining. You try not to see it as a sign. The next morning, the rain finally stops. But the sky stays a flat, colorless gray. Like parchment, left too long in smoke. The air hangs heavy and damp. And everything smells faintly of wet wool and mold. You trudge out to the scaffold, inspecting the boards, checking the supports. It's not required today, but you do it anyway. It's routine now. Like breathing. Like flinching when children yell in the street. Or watching every cart that passes, just in case it carries someone for you. You run your hand along the beam where the rope hangs. The wood is scarred. Weathered. Darker in some places than others. You know every dent. Every groove. Some of those marks are yours. Some were here before you ever arrived. Back at the shack. Wilhelm has found a new obsession. Bees. Or more specifically, what he claims is a wild hive near the mill pond that hums like a choir of ghosts. He's been sketching them badly on scraps of parchment and talking endlessly about their tiny organized society. You try not to listen. but it's hard to avoid a man buzzing and flapping his arms in demonstration. They sting to defend? He says, not out of malice. Doesn't that sound familiar? You don't dignify it with a response. But Jory does. At least bees make honey. He says, we just make silence. That earns a grin from Wilhelm. We make sure the silence stays. You stare at the fire and say nothing. They don't push. The next job doesn't come with a scroll. It comes with a whisper. A girl, young no, older than 15, arrives at your door. Eyes wide. Shoes soaked. Dress torn at the hem. She says only one thing. They're going to hang my brother for stealing eggs. You blink? Eggs? She nods. Lips trembling. 6. From the magistrate's kitchen. You sit down. Hard. You don't get an order. You don't get a time. You get a child, begging for her brother's life while her fingers shake from cold and fear. You send Jory with her. Tell him to find out what's true. What's theater? And what's been completely made up by someone who just wants to see a poor boy swing. He returns hours later. Soaked and angry. It's real. He says, they're doing it tomorrow. They're saying he resisted. Called the magistrate's wife a well. Something impolite. Steal eggs. You mutter? Jory nods. You going to do it? You don't answer. That night. You go to the square alone. The gallows stands like always blank. Waiting. You climb the steps slowly. Stare out across the empty cobblestones. No crowd. Just you. The wind. And the creak of the boards under your boots. You sit on the edge of the platform and close your eyes. You try to remember who you were before all this. Before the hood. Before the axe. You can't. Not really. At dawn, the boy is brought out. He's skravne. Pâle. Barefoot. His hands are tied with rope too thick for his wrists. His face is blotchy. Not from bruises, but from crying. He doesn't say anything when he sees you. Just looks down. You want to say something. Anything. But the bailiff is watching. So are 2 guards. You tie the rope slowly. You test the knot. Then you speak. Do you have anything to say? The boy looks up. I'm sorry. I just wanted to feed my sister. That's all. The words are plain. They hang in the air like damp laundry. You glance at the bailiff. He nods. It's all the permission you're going to get. But you don't drop the trap door. You turn. I won't do this. You say. The bailiff's face freezes. Excuse me? I won't hang a boy over eggs. Send me a real sentence. Not this. There's silence. One of the guards shifts. Clearly uncertain, the bailiff steps forward. You're disobeying a direct order? You untie the rope. Slowly. Deliberately. Letting it fall to the platform with a dull thud. Yes. You say, I am. They don't arrest you. Not then. Maybe they're not sure how to. Maybe they didn't bring shackles. Maybe they're waiting for the council to decide. Or maybe they're afraid of what it means if even the executioner walks away. You lead the boy down the steps and hand him to his sister. She hugs him so tight he disappears in her arms. You don't wait for thanks. You just walk home. Willem stares when you return. You really did it? I did? You say, "You expect a price for that?" He says, "I do." Jury pours you tea. It's bitter. You drink it anyway. The next day, the knock finally comes. 2 guards. Formal orders. You're to stand before the council again, this time not for a review, but for disobedience. You leave your tools behind. Again. But you do wear black? This time, it feels right. The chamber is colder than last time. The same faces. The same posturing. The magistrate glares like you've insulted his furniture. Do you deny your disobedience? He asks. No. You say, do you regret it? No. You say again, you were given authority under strict conditions. He says, and I fulfilled them. You reply, until you asked me to hang a hungry child? The priest clears his throat. Compassion is admirable, but the law should serve the people, not terrify them. You interrupt. That turns heads. Even the merchant flinches. The magistrate leans forward. We can replace you. Then do it. You say, find someone who will hang the starving and call it justice. The silence stretches. Finally, the priest speaks. This isn't about punishment. This is about the soul of this town. And maybe, he says, you've reminded us it still has one. You stare at him? Surprised. The magistrate scowls. This is not a sermon. Then it's a warning. The priest replies. They don't fire you. Not yet. Maybe they can't find anyone else. Maybe they're waiting for the memory to fade. You're not sure how long you'll last. But you know one thing. The rope won't lift unless your hands allow it. And for the first time in years, you feel your grip loosen. The morning after the tribunal. The town seems quieter, not in the way storms pause before they return, but in that uneasy hush that follows a song ending too soon. You step outside and expect to hear the usual, the wheelwright yelling at his apprentice, the market women bickering over onions, the stray dog chasing carts, but none of that comes. Just the creak of shutters being opened slowly, one by one, as if the buildings themselves are unsure if it's safe to face the day. You walk through the square, and, for the first time in a long while, no one looks away. Some meet your eyes. A few nod. Not deeply, not respectfully, but like they're acknowledging that you exist, and that maybe that existence means something more than just death by appointment. A blacksmith even says good morning. You don't respond. You're not ready to accept the idea that your absence of cruelty now counts as heroism. Back at the shack, Jory is boiling eggs in a pot that smells faintly like vinegar and regret. What if they come for us in the night? He asks. Not looking up. What if they make an example of you? You sit by the fire. Then we run. You'd run? You nod once. This time, yes. Wilhelm barges in with a new theory about the carpenter's wife and her suspiciously loud geese. But even he feels it, that weight in the air, like wet linen hung too long. No gallows this week, he says, pulling off his boots. No orders. No notes. No parchment even pretending to be official. You glance at him. You sound disappointed. I'm not, he says. And for once, he means it. You spend the day sharpening your tools. Not out of necessity, but out of habit. The whetstone makes a soft, Soothing sound. Jory watches you work. Do you ever want to stop completely? He asks. Burn the axe. Tear down the platform. You don't look up. Every day. Then why don't you? Because someone else will build another. That's the truth of it. Isn't it? You're not a solution. You're a delay. That night, the weather shifts. The wind turns east, dragging with it the smell of something unfamiliar smoke. But not wood, fire, but not home. You wake before dawn, unable to place it. When the knock comes, it's not a guard. It's the miller's boy. Bunting. Hair plastered to his face. Bandits. He gasps. They've taken the old fort above the hills. Council wants you. You don't ask why. You already know. It's not about executions. It's about control. When law slips, people remember their animals. By midday, you're riding toward the hill with 2 guards and a priest who looks like he's never held anything heavier than a hymn book. The fort's not much just a stone shell with broken doors and a collapsed tower, but it has walls. And it has the men inside it. 4 of them. Armed. Desperate. One of them used to be a tanner in town. You remember him vaguely. Laughed too loud. Smelled of boiling hides. He waves a crude blade at the guards and calls out, "You can take our bodies, but you'll never take our debt." It's not a good line, but you understand the sentiment. The standoff lasts hours. The guards shout back, offers, then threats. The priest attempts a prayer. You say nothing. You just watch. Eventually, one of the bandits throws out a sack. Inside, spoiled bread, a dead pigeon, and a silver coin stamped with the magistrate's seal. A message. They know the rules, and they're rejecting them. The bailiff finally rides up, red in the face, wheezing. "You'll talk to them," he says. You have a way with endings. You sigh, then climb the hill. Inside, the men aren't angry. They're tired, filthy, skin stretched thin over ribs, eyes ringed with shadow. "We know who you are," one says. "We know what you do." You nod. Then you know this can only end 2 ways. "We're not afraid of the rope," says the tanner. "We're afraid of going back. To hunger, to begging." You sit on a half-broken crate. "What do you want?" "A promise. That if we surrender, it won't be slow." You meet his eyes. "It won't be." And they hand over their weapons that afternoon. Quietly. Without drama. No fight. No spectacle. The guards tie them gently. Almost respectfully. You walk beside them all the way down the hill. The tanner glances at you. You think they'll remember this? You shrug. Not for long. Good. He nods. I wouldn't want to become part of a cautionary tale. The executions are scheduled for dawn. Public. Of course. But not festive. The council forbids cheering. No children allowed. You prepare the scaffold with steady hands. You line up the ropes. You test the trapdoors. You breathe. The crowd gathers in thick silence. The 4 men are brought forward. Each bound. Each staring into the middle distance. The tanner is last. He smiles at you. Just once. You don't return it. The lever falls. The silence breaks. And then it returns. You cut them down, one by one. You wash the ropes. You stack the wood. You walk home. No one speaks to you that day. No one has to. That evening, Jory places a cup beside your bed. Sleep, he says. I'll keep watch. For what? Anything? You close your eyes. You dream of the hill, of ropes without knots, of a gallows turned to firewood. By the next morning, the town feels colder. Even though the sun's finally returned, it doesn't shine-night glares. The kind of light that exposes more than it warms. The scaffold casts a long, sharp shadow across the square, stretching like a bony finger toward the bakery. You try not to read anything into that. Superstition isn't a luxury you allow yourself. But you notice it anyway. Everyone does. The villagers avoid the gallows more than usual today. They cut wide arcs around it. Even those with strong stomachs. Not out of fear. Maybe. But out of something more uncomfortable recognition. They know those four men. Or knew them. That's what happens when punishment hits close. People stop calling it justice. They start calling it grief. You're sitting on the edge of your bed when Willem walks in holding a folded note. No seal. Just smudged ink and a smell like onion skins. New order, he says, dropping it in your lap. You unfold it. It's not a command. Not technically. Just a request. One final task. Attendance required. No names. No crime. No destination. Just a time. Tomorrow at sunset. You reread it 3 times before standing. What do you think it means? Jory asks. You shake your head. No idea, but it smells like an ending. Oh. You spend the rest of the day in motion. You sharpen tools you know you won't need. You clean the cloak you haven't worn since the tribunal. You sweep the platform even though no one will see it. And you think, quietly, about the first time you stood there. Years ago, hands unsteady. Voice, lost. Not yet fully hardened into the figure people whisper about over drinks. You remember the first man's name and the way he smiled at you. Like he forgave you before you ever moved. You remember the weight of that first drop, the sound it made. Like the world holding its breath. You've never heard it since. The next morning arrives bright, almost mocking in its beauty. The market buzzes with uneasy life. Someone plays a flute near the fountain. Children run through puddles that haven't dried yet. And in the center of it all, the scaffold waits, silent, watching as the sun begins to set. You dress, not in black this time, not even brown. You wear gray neutral, dull, almost invisible. Wilhelm stops you at the door. Want me to come? No. You say, you stay? He nods. Surprisingly serious. You're not alone. You know, I know, doesn't mean much. He adds, but still. Jory meets you near the chapel. He says nothing. Just walks beside you, matching your pace. The two of you reach the square just as the last light tips off the rooftops. The council is waiting. All of them. Robed. Expressionless. Rigid as old trees. In front of them, a stool. A scroll. A single candle already half melted. The magistrate gestures. You step forward. What is this, you ask? A transition. He says. A necessary one. You're replacing me? We're retiring you. The priest corrects gently. With honor. You've served long enough? You stare at them. Why now? The merchant woman answers. Because you've made us realize the rope weighs more than we wanted it to. She says it like a confession. Like she's finally tasted the bread she's been selling for years and found it sour. The scroll is a decree. Your official release. It's signed by every member of the council, even the ones who once wanted you gone without ceremony. You hold it for a long moment, then roll it tightly and slide it into your coat. What happens now? You ask. The magistrate hesitates. That's your choice. And you leave the square slowly, not triumphant, not defeated, just untethered. You've been told you're free before, but this time, it feels like they might mean it. Back at the shack, Willem has prepared a meal roasted turnips, cheese, something resembling wine. We celebrating? He asks. We're trying. You say. Jory lights a second candle. The three of you sit down together for the first time without a job looming behind your shoulders. The silence feels strange. Too soft. Too clean. Later that night, when the others sleep, you step outside. The wind has shifted again south this time, bringing the scent of rain-soaked earth and distant fields. You look up at the scaffold. It's still there, but it no longer feels like an extension of you. Just a piece of wood in the town square. You walk to it, place your hand on the post, and whisper. You serve too. Then you turn away. There's talk of burning it down, of turning the wood into benches or fences or kindling. You don't argue. Let the town decide what it needs. You're not its blade anymore. The next morning, a boy arrives at your door. Not with a message, not with a complaint, just a question. Were you the one who used to do it? You nod. Was it scary? He asks. You think. Then answer honestly. Not at first, but it became that way. He nods like he understands. Then leaves. You watch the road for a long time. You don't know where it leads. But for once, that doesn't bother you. You don't wake with purpose anymore. The days stretch longer, not because there's less to do, but because the thing that once shaped every our very breath, every twitch of your hand has vanished. You rise with the light, stretch sore joints, and listen to the quiet as if the town might whisper some new role for you. It doesn't, and maybe that's the whole point. Jory's started building things. He found a stack of scrap wood behind the tannery and now spends hours hammering together benches and birdhouses and once, a ladder too short to be useful. He says it helps. You believe him. It's the same reason you still sharpen tools you'll never use again. Willem has turned to writing. Terrible poems, mostly about bees, or turnips, or the philosophical ache of wooden spoons. He recites them aloud, dramatically, until Jory threatens to toss him down the well. The gallows still stand. For now, but they've been roped off like a relic no one wants to admit they built. The children don't go near them anymore. Even the dogs avoid the stairs. And, every day, someone new has an opinion about what should happen to it. The priest wants it dismantled respectfully. The baker wants it burned at midnight like a curse. The weaver suggests repurposing the planks into tables. Make something that gathers instead of frightens. She says, you find that strangely beautiful. One evening, as you sit watching the sun smear orange across the rooftops, the magistrate approaches. Alone. No bailiff. No guards. Just an old man with too many buttons and a deep sigh stitched into his spine. He stands for a moment. Awkward. Then sits beside you. You wait. I once wanted to be a farmer, he says. Grew carrots in a window box when I was 8. Thought I'd make a living out of it. You blink? What happened? I discovered I hated dirt, he says. Then chuckles, and that people with power rarely give it up willingly. He stares ahead. You did the job better than we deserved. You know that, right? You shrug. I did what had to be done. No? He says. You did more? You made us question if it ever had to be done that way at all. L. He leaves you with a small pouch of seeds. Carrots. He says. Figured you might do a better job with them. You don't plant them right away, but you keep them on the shelf. Between a half-finished carving of a rope and a rusted key that doesn't open anything, the days slide on. Rain comes. Then sun. Then rain again. The routine becomes real. You wake. You eat. You work. You don't flinch at shadows anymore. You no longer hear phantom creaks in the scaffold floor. When someone knocks, it's usually about a loose hinge or a fox in the grain sacks. The boy who once asked if it was scary comes back, carrying a book too big for his hands. Can you teach me letters? He asks. You hesitate, then nod. So now your mornings start with ink and clumsy vowels, and the slow joy of watching understanding bloom behind someone's eyes. It's harder than tying a noose, but better. Wilhelm has taken to hosting evenings of expression around the hearth. He reads his poetry. Jory sings. Badly. You once read a passage from a book of old laws, and everyone agreed. It was the most depressing bedtime story ever told. Still, no one leaves. That's something. People start dropping by more often. Not with fear but with questions. About how to fix a squeaky hinge. About whether you know any ghost stories. About how to make turnip stew taste less like boiled disappointment. You answer when you can. You lie when it's funnier. One day, the baker brings you a pie and says, you've earned a sweet ending. You're not sure you agree, but you eat it anyway. Historians still argue whether retired executioners ever truly escaped their pasts, whether they found peace or just a quieter kind of penance, whether the towns they served forgave them or simply forgot them. You don't care much what historians think. You care that the boy you didn't hang now helps his sister bake bread, that the tanner's wife left town and wrote back months later to say the sky looks bigger where no one knows her name, that Jory smiles more, that Wilhelm's poems are still awful, but full of heart. The scaffold is dismantled quietly one morning. No ceremony. Just a few workers with hammers, a cart, and silence. You don't watch. You just sit with your tea, listening to the creak of wood being undone. When they're done, they leave behind one beam carved with names. Yours is not among them. You prefer it that way. That night, A storm rolls in. Thunder. Real and rumbling. Not metaphorical. You sit by the fire. Book in hand. Listening to rain dance on the roof. Wilhelm reads a poem about fish and regret. Jory dozes with his feet on a stool. You watch the flames flicker and think, for once, of nothing at all. No gallows. No rope. No names echoing in your head. Just the soft, steady hush of rain. When you finally sleep, your dreams are empty. Not black. Not frightening. Just quiet. You wake rested. It's a strange feeling. The world doesn't end with a bang or a bell. It just keeps going. One morning, you wake up and realize no one's mentioned executions in weeks. Not in whispers. Not in warnings. Not even in Willem's terrible poetry. It's as if the town finally exhaled after holding its breath for generations. People still argue. Of course they're people. But now it's over things like goats getting into gardens or who owes who. 3 onions and a spoon. You like those arguments. They're smaller. Human. Forgivable. You spend your days fixing things. Not just tools, but fences. 2. Share. Even the old mill door that's been stubborn for a decade. Jory helps. Though, he's taken more interest in bookbinding now. Says there's something soothing about stitching pages into place. Making sense of loose ends. Wilhelm's launched a weekly event called Turnip Tuesdays, which is exactly as unnecessary as it sounds. People bring turnip dishes, exchange lees, and act like they didn't spend half their lives avoiding eye contact with the man who used to carry the axe. The girl whose brother you spared stops by with fresh bread. She's taller now, more sure of herself. She doesn't say thank you anymore. She doesn't need to. That's the real gift. You think not being remembered as the man who didn't swing, but simply being forgotten as the one who usually did. There's peace in being ordinary. You try the carrot seeds. They sprout slowly, reluctantly, but they grow. Not perfectly. Some come up crooked or stunted, but they're real. Alive. You build a fence around the little patch of soil and catch yourself checking on them more than necessary. Jory jokes that you've become sentimental. You tell him carrots don't judge. He tells you that's why they're your best friends. Sometimes, when the sky turns gold in the evenings and the wind smells like distant fields, you walk to the edge of town. Not for any reason. Just to see what the horizon's doing. You think about traveling. Maybe someday. Maybe not. It's enough to know the road is there. Waiting. Like a story that doesn't demand to be read all at once. The priest stops by one morning with an old record book. "I'm removing your name," he says. "From the ledger." You look up? Why? Because your work's done. You nod. It was always going to be done. He places the book on the table. Hesitates. Then smiles. But you weren't always going to survive it. That stays with you for days. Willem builds a sundial. Though it doesn't work. Jory writes a pamphlet on soap making. You teach a boy how to tie knots for fishing. Not hanging. When you walk through town now, people nod without fear. Some even wave. A child hands you a flower once. You forget to ask why. The dreams change. No more trapdoors. No more faces. Just colors, trees, the crunch of boots on dry leaves. You wake without dread, without guilt clawing at your ribs. And when the wind rattles the shutters, it sounds like nothing more than weather. The scaffold's gone. The gallows beam turned into a bench. People sit on it to eat apples or listen to Wilhelm read about bees and regrets. You sat on it once. It didn't break. You never tell anyone what it was, and no one asks. So now, you rest, not because the world is kind, or the past is gentle, but because you've finally stepped out from under its weight. You sit beneath a crooked tree, a mug of something warm in your hand, the smell of rain fading into the scent of growing things. The wind moves lazily through the grass. The sun sets without hurry. For the first time in what feels like lifetimes, there's no list of names waiting on your table, no rope to oil, no ghosts lining up at your bedside, just soft conversation. Laughter from the square, the distant creak of a door someone else is fixing now. You breathe in, slow and full, like the world might collapse if you don't keep it tethered. But it doesn't. It stays. It hums. It forgives. And you forgive it back. The shack is quieter now. The fire burns lower, its glow flickering against familiar walls. The tools are retired, stacked neatly, not hidden, just waiting for dust. Jory's snoring gently in the corner. William's dreaming, probably about bees or turnips or something equally ridiculous. And you pull a blanket over your shoulders, close your eyes, and let the warmth pull you inward. The past doesn't knock tonight, and if it does, you don't hear it. Sleep comes soft. Sleep comes easy. Sleep, at long last, comes without fear.